different from our home.
Then I realized someone's heaven
Could be the source of my torment.
lies allowing yourself.
Allowing yourself to simplify the tears of the evil
Welcome in, everyone, for the start of Canto 11. And welcome, observer. For though you are not present, I have always known at this moment, at the beginning of the end, I would be perceived. So I ask you, have you heard the idiom, as far as the eye can see? I ask you, what does that mean to you? Most take it to mean to observe every end result, to believe something exists in perpetuity ad infinitum, a well-meaning but foolish notion. For the idiom neglects the most simple truth, that man cannot see the space that is between the eye and the object. There can be nothing between 2 points if everything at the end is the same. Their gaze only goes so far as what is in front of them. Then the rest is assumption, that the pattern repeats without change. Beyond the idiom, beyond your gaze, beyond your comprehension. Does someone's comprehension have an end on its own? If you would, think of the night sky. What do you see? Past the pollution, past the clouds, to the stars above. Focus on the area between the stars, the void. Or is it more accurate to say that it never ends? If the former is the case, then perhaps there is contentment to be found in our limitations. If it is the latter, then our gaze is infinite, only ending when there is something noteworthy to stop and see. We disregard the space between, because to acknowledge it is to confront truth, that one can see infinity in a room with no light. Are humans so blessed that even in a place with defined limits, they can surpass those limitations? Or is the infinite universe so prideful that it wishes to be seen everywhere, that all life may behold its glory? Let us say that humans can perceive space, perhaps even to the infinite. What of time? Some would say that the only time we can see is the time that passes us, going by at the rate of a second. Seconds, minutes, hours, they too reveal a dark truth. Infallible measurements made so that casualty can take its dues. To ensure effect precedes cause. So there is no question on what a human can perceive. They can only perceive a second at a time. The steady passing of progression. We cannot see into the infinite in this way. We can only dream backwards, not gaze. So then, is to be human, to be incomplete. I say to you, there is nothing crueler. If there is a creator, how damnable they are. We can see the end and ignore the in-between, but only in darkness and only within ourselves. Our potential ends where our gaze ends, and our hands begin to try and do the work. They are forever bound to drift along the current of time. If so, then space is perhaps the kinder mistress. She welcomes life and covers all with her gentle embrace. Time simply takes away, takes and takes, never giving. And all humans can do is witness. Then what does it mean to see? And what do we really see? If someone could see time, what would they see? Would they be happy? Or would they not need to ponder it at all? For they already knew what answer they would come to say in time. Many have found answers, either their own or through others' ideas. I would ask you to tell me yours, though you cannot answer. But I already know what you will say. 2 events will come to pass tonight. I bid you to remember them well, for they will only be spoken once. A previously absent letter will find its way into Meru's possession and change his identity. Though others at the party will try and deprive him of it, he will not let it go tonight. A golden bough will be lost to the remnants forever. Adam knows all. And so, dear guests, you are invited to a party held in L Corp's nest. It is hosted in honor of the Leonis family. A now fallen household, the one true member remains alive. Mr. Leonis has been permitted to bring up to 3 guests, and coincidentally, the 3 of you fit the bill. As you 3 come from the back streets, however, we feel the need to enlighten you on 3 points of decorum that folk such as you may not be aware. Be sure to treat the host with respect. This is not your domain, but theirs, after all, and we realize such a request may be beyond simple backstreeters. But do try to oblige. No weapons are permitted in this place. You will have to leave that cumbersome gun, gaudy wand, and oafish claw outside. Mr. Leonis, of course, is already aware he should leave his weapon behind, so there is no need for us to remind him. Wear something nice, yes? You all hardly look dressed for a party held on L Corp's beach. We expect that Mr. Leonis will ensure you are all freshened up and presentable. The date is set. We shall see you soon. You've been given a location to park the RV. It's a private lot located a ways from the manor itself. You have the location, one of the Leonis manors, this one a resort in L Corp. And you know the time. The party will be from 6 p.m. to 12 a.m. head standard time. But managers, you haven't been invited yet, have you? Mix, how are you feeling having received this invite?
Hello, everyone. I currently play out of. Man, I'm sorry. Mix's headspace is getting to me. Quickly, I am Mix. I play Manager Mix. I think Mix is it's very hard to read her at this point. I think if there's one clear emotion she's feeling, it is acceptance. She is ready to move forward and see what lies in store for her.
Absolutely. And we will see what lies in store for you, Mix, as managers. And let's begin with you, Meru, as I imagine you're all making your way out of the gathering. How do you feel after your training with Atelier Stella?
Yes, hello. I am Meru Online, and I play our control team department head, Meru. And, he's feeling pretty good. I think there's a little bit of a bittersweet ache in his chest after, leaving Jackson and all of that. But, he's hopeful that, they'll both be able to, follow their own paths now, and maybe sometime in the future their paths will cross again. He hopes so, but I think he feels much more accomplished with himself now than he had felt with himself in a very long time. He feels proud of himself. And I think he's ready to continue forward with his new way of thinking. So he's feeling pretty determined now. That's how he's doing.
Absolutely. I'm glad you're feeling determined, Meru. And
Thanks.
Prior, as you step into the RV, how are you feeling after the training session?
Hello, everyone. It's me, Prior, and all right. Putting that intro aside, Prior, if Meru is feeling determined, Prior's condition can best be summed up as sore. He is very sore. This was a kind of intensive training he has not had to do in years. L Corp's training is brutal, but he was certainly put through the ringer. He feels stronger, tougher. As much of a crash course as this was, it was good to train with some new people and some new techniques, and he feels like he's finally beginning to get a hang of his ego, as best he can, after all. But currently all he wants to do is get back to the facility, frankly. He needs some time to rest his old bones.
Absolutely, Prior. Well, you believe you're headed back to the facility. And Kai, how are you feeling after that training session?
Well, Kai enjoyed sparring with Yomi to keep his senses sharp, without the urgency that they had on the road. It's almost a bit sad to be going back so soon after such a short reprieve from all of the mental and emotional effort, even if there was still a lot of physical effort going into all of that. And, you know, he enjoyed his time speaking with Tala while they were there. After so many interactions with people he either had to appease to stay alive or fight or live alongside. It's kind of nice to have a surface level relationship with someone, you know, just talking about beauty projects in an environment where he knew everyone around him was safe and he could, you know, let at least the guard of his life down a bit. But it feels like they did what they set out to do. You know, this is one of the more satisfactory times that he thinks that they've had in a while.
Absolutely, Kai. I'm so glad you had a chance to let your guard down and bond with Tala for a bit. And managers, as you all return to the RV, because of affinity, you may all gain an additional sin point. And Mix, I will allow you to decide whether or not you would like to bring up the matter of the invitation to the rest of your team.
Yeah, I think Mix will. I think she takes a moment and first of all, as soon as they all come back, she nods and says, "Welcome back. I hope everybody was in good spirits." She takes a moment and then says, "There's something that we need to talk about now."
Of
I
course.
got a phone call.
Prior is, you know, rubbing the back of his shoulder, and as he sort of rolls it with like a less than satisfying creaking sound, he looks and goes, "That is especially concerning considering we're always on the move. Is it Lev?"
No, that's not Lev. She sighs and looks outside through the window.
Prior follows Mix's gaze for a moment and then looks back and goes, well, don't keep us in suspense then. Who's contacted you? Mix, hello? You there?
An old friend.
Prior lets out a deep sigh. Prior would never be described as insightful, but from Mix's absent behavior, he can tell she's rattled, might not be the right word. She's deep in thought. He sort of turns to look at Meru and Kai with a concerned expression.
They invited me to a party, and I intend to attend.
You intend?
What kind of party we talking about?
It's, She thinks about how to say it and says, a party for the upper echelon of the city. It's in honor of my family.
Oh shit. Real Nestborn shit.
It's taking place in Ucor. And I have been permitted to bring along 3 guests, if I so choose.
If you so choose. I mean, you're choosing to.
Yeah. You're so choosing to choose us, yes? I would imagine.
That's more so what I was wanting to ask all of you. This has nothing to do with our quest, and quite frankly, if you chose to head on back to the facility, I would not blame you.
Well, it's not even in the question. It's not... Mix, we're not going to let you run off on your own. I mean, we're stronger together. And besides, after everything that just happened, I don't think we're leaving anyone on their own.
You all see Mix nod at that and then say, I thought you might say as much, so I have the date and I have the time. I'll take you all 3 with me as my guests. I'm sure that that's what they're expecting me to do. But she thinks about it for a moment and then says, when I say this is for the upper echelon of the city, I truly mean it. Now, I know not all of you have experience with those sorts of people. Kai here, other than myself, is the only one who has any remote idea of what that's like.
Yes, sorry, Kai nods. I do understand what you mean. I also expect that you'll be at least helping me brush up and the others understand how to interact with people like that. How much time do we have before this? You seem very vague on the date and time.
We have enough. We'll be there in time for the party. Starts at 6 and ends at 12. not tonight. We still have preparations to go through. And luckily, Mick says, looking outside, we can get some help from our new friends in terms of clothing. Everything we're wearing will not be up to snuff. But these people that attend this kind of gathering, they're not normal people. They're not like me. They're not like anyone you've ever met, Meru, prior. These are people who have grown up knowing they have authority, knowing they have power. Wealthy beyond your imagination. And absolute power they don't have, perhaps, but they have something that resembles it, and that corrupts people. When I say you have to be careful, I truly mean it. This is not a situation we will be able to fight ourselves out of.
I will let you know, Mix, that the party is in a couple days' time. So you all have enough time to prepare yourselves and get outfits in order before traveling there. That said, you also know it is very late right now. So you all know you likely will need to rest before going back into Atelier Stella, given it looks like the place is already closed up for the night.
Yeah, Mix already knows that. Mix takes a moment.
I will say that Pryor is tapping his foot and he's crossed his arms and his face is his nose is scrunched up just a little bit and he goes, I've dealt with Nestborns before in my club, though I admit they were playing by my rules as they were in my back street, but I suppose going to their turf is a whole different game. Especially now that I'm a black sheep. But, I mean, how much different can it be than dealing with the fingers, right? Cocky, arrogant, believe they know everything, and they just can't punch you themselves.
I assure you, Pryor, these people are twisted in a very different way compared to the syndicates out there.
Pryor doesn't disagree, but he kind of grumbles, and you can sense there's maybe a little bit of ego bruising on the fact that he is aware that despite all of his experience dealing with powerful people, Nestborns are a bit of a blind spot for him.
Now, I don't have time to enlist you all in charm school, but we have a few days before we have to head out, and in that time, I will do my best to freshen up your skills, Kai, and instill new ones into you, Meru and Pryor. How to act. I will be able to shield you from some of it, but the way you carry yourself, the way you eat, the way you drink, the way you look at people, how long you can look at people, how you walk, how you sit down, everything matters. Appearances is what is important. Now, if we're lucky, all we have to do is attend this one party, and then we can leave and go back to the facility. So, but for now, it's pretty late. She sighs and sits down on the couch. We don't have to do all that right now. We're all tired. So, we can start tomorrow, and we'll get you new clothes. That way we can all look our best, because Eagle Gear will not cut it. And also, no weapons. I mean that. We cannot take our weapons. You can't take Magic Bullet, she says, looking over at Meru. And she looks over at Pryor and Kai. The sword or the wand and the claw have to stay here.
Ugh.
Well, That's fine. I mean, it's just one party. I think I've gone without wearing my ego for longer. It shouldn't be a problem.
Good.
I guess if this
Yeah.
isn't something we're fighting our way out of, it's fine.
Oh, Kai, you were pretty good at throwing hands before you got all that stuff on you. I'm sure you could suplex a couple rich fucks on your own.
Don't even try. We will be without our ego gear.
Yeah.
I do
Mind
think you're
you-
right, though.
I remind you that the only things we will have will be normal civilian clothing, and they will have butlers. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be...
You're making a rational point. Fine. Violence isn't an answer for this one, so I guess we're relying on your experience. Mix? Let's sleep on it for now.
Right. It's late, and I'm tired, so... It's time to get some rest.
Same. Pryor nods his head and goes, it's not going to be anything like when we ran into Alfonso, right? The director. This isn't some weird test thing.
Prior, I assure you, it will be just as bad.
Comforting notion to go to sleep on. And Pryor will go to crawl into his bed and pass out.
Yeah, I think Meru, he goes to go back to his not bedroom. I think he'll grab actually like a random pillow from one of the beds. He doesn't really care which one. He just grabs one and goes into the bathroom to go still sleep in the tub.
I will linger behind just for a bit to see if he could get any sort of read on why Mix is so certain about how awful it's going to be. It's not that he doesn't trust that she would know. It's more of the vagueness of her past and how much grander it seems to be than the rest of theirs is just something that he has trouble grasping onto. But it doesn't seem like she's giving them any clues. So he too will take his leave.
Mix will simply start writing in her journal before turning in.
Absolutely. Managers, you can all head to bed. And I should ask, the next morning, is there anything you all would like to do or discuss before you head into Atelier Stella?
How are we going to afford this?
Is that what Pryor's asking everyone?
Pryor, around the breakfast table, Pryor is going to be like, okay, hold on. If we're going to a real fancy Nestborn place, how are we going to afford this? Pryor reaches into his pocket and he pulls out like 2,000 on, like 4 coins and a hair coupon. And he goes, this is what I got.
Pryor. I mean... And Meru blinks a few times and he just kind of goes, I think we can figure something out. You do know where we can get clothes from, right?
Well, I know where we're going. I'm just...
Yeah, and who... I'm pretty sure if it's us.
I think Jackson's gonna give us free stuff, right?
Yeah, I would imagine if it's us, he will.
Well, if it's you.
Well,
If it's you.
yeah,
But
Yeah,
he'll.
but you're there, so it's us. I'm included in the us. I think we're fine. Listen, if I was worried we'd have to pay, I would have already said something.
That would be very generous of him, and I will be in his debt. And Pryor says that, grinding his teeth as he puts the money away.
Yeah. Well, I think that's something we don't have to worry about. So, I don't really have anything else. I don't know. I don't even know what to be concerned about besides that, to really have anything to say. So I'm fine with just getting ready to go whenever all of you all are ready.
All right. Mix, you got the, You'll have it all handled, right? You know what we need. You said as much last night.
Yes, I imagine I can, if Tala is available, I can see if she'll be willing to help with the designs. There's a certain style of dress where we should match. So I'll make sure that all of you look your Sunday best.
All right. Pryor stands up and goes, if that's all.
Are you all ready to head indoors? Back into
Yep.
Atelier Stella.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, can I just ask a clarifying question? Are we leaving our weapons in this RV, or are we leaving them with, in the office?
I leave that to all of you. Would you all like to leave your ego in the RV?
I
think-
Pryor's bringing it in with him unless someone tells him otherwise.
I think if we're just going in to get fitted, we can take it with us. It's not until we get to the party that Mix will be like, we need to leave this here now.
Pryor's
Okay,
also
so we're
going to
taking it with us on the journey. Okay.
Yeah, no, yeah. Pryor nods and goes, I wouldn't want to be that separated from our ego gear.
Absolutely. When you do separate from your ego gear, managers, I will let you know how your stats will be changed. However, until that point, I believe you're all ready to head into Atelier Stella, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Wonderful. You all head into Atelier Stella. The place has been cleaned up since last night. Everyone has gone off to their usual fixer duties, except for Tala, who is at the front desk as always. And when you all come in, there's a little chime, and then she goes, "Oh, you're all back already? I thought you were all headed home. How can I help you? Mr. Jackson's gone for the day. I'm afraid he and the director have business to take care of. But is there anything I can do for all of you? Do you need some drinks? Do you need any of the little mints we got? I think we have some leftover refreshers from last night. It's way too early in the morning to start drinking. I mean, unless you want some, but..." And Tala's already, like, rushing to go get things for all of you, unless any of you would like to interrupt her.
Yeah, Mix will step forward and say, Tala, lovely Tala, we actually need your help this time.
My help? And she claps her hands together and looks to you, Mix, and says, "Absolutely, what can I do for you?"
Well, we are about to head over to a very, very fancy party, Mix says with a smile. We've been invited to a little... Well, not little. Honestly, it is going to be a party that is attended by some of the wealthiest Nestborns in the city. But we need to look the part, and unfortunately what we have right now won't cut it. So, I was hoping you might be a doll and help us out with that?
Oh, absolutely! and she claps her hands together as she says, I am more than happy to help with whatever is needed. You know, I've been in the nest for quite a bit now, and the director's a true nest sport. So I've learned quite a bit from him and Mr. Jackson since moving here. Plus, we deal with ultra-rich clients. I mean, I'm no expert like you would be, Mix. Oh, Lady Leonis. That would be the right way to address you, right?
And you can just call me Mix.
Absolutely. Well, Mix, I'm no expert like you, but I'm sure I can be of help when it comes to fashion and some little tips and tricks. I can get you all a private room situated before, you know, the place starts opening up and clients start flooding in. Just let me know whatever you need. And she kind of gives you a little wink, Mix.
Thank you. How about this? I was hoping... I have some experience. We can collaborate and work together on designing their outfits. I already have some ideas for all of them, if you wouldn't mind. She says as she pulls out her journal and pulls out some papers with a couple of notes and like different drawings on them as she approaches over to show them to Tala.
Oh.
She gets close and shows.
Tala sort of leans over to see, and you see her eyes light up as she goes, I see. Right, I can help you all pick out what to wear. When is this party happening? I don't think you said the exact time, did you?
In a couple of days at 6, but so this will have to be a little bit of a rush order, unfortunately. I wish you could have as much time as you need to come up with some gorgeous designs, because I know you can, looking at how well you're dressed, but...
Thank you. She does like a little curtsy and smiles at you, blushing when you say that.
But, like I said, it has to be a rush order, so as long as it meets the very high standards of the city's finest, which is a very tall order, I know. I'm sorry, I really wish I could give you more time. We can go forward with it.
All right, there's not much time, but I am super fast. I can guarantee the highest quality of threads. I should have them ready for you all. Let me see by the end of the day, if I get started now. Actually, I love these ideas and designs. We can even work on them together. But I was gonna say, before anything else, for Meru, it might actually save on time. There is a little something Mr. Jackson did prepare for him. And Tala looks back and forth from you, Mix, over to Meru, and kind of waves Meru to come on over.
Yeah, Meru will, a little confused, walk over and be like, what do you mean?
Right. So let's just start with you because this might actually save us on time. So let's just say Mr. Jackson did prepare something for you if the occasion ever arose, shall we say. And Tala kind of isn't meeting your eyes at that. You're not sure how much Jackson has told her regarding your situation, but she will go, be 1 second, and she'll run into the other room, and then she will come back with an elaborate, fashionable outfit. There is a little hat with a veil and an eye patch as accessories for the fit as she goes, isn't it the cutest? He's going to want to take pictures. Oh, we should give everyone else some sort of a flower theme, right? And she rolls around to you, Mix, at that to see like if you're interested or not, like, and her eyes are kind of sparkling. She's completely ignoring you at this point, Meru. She's already set her mind in stone before you had a chance to say anything.
Absolutely. All right, then we'll do something like that. I assume for colors, we'll go something similar with what you've got. Right now, but then she starts to like talk about various design details and such, and she looks over at Kai and Pryor and says, okay, so I've got some color palette ideas for you. As she like hands over like 2 pieces of paper with like some various sketches and stuff like that. If you have any ideas or inputs, feel free to point them out. Otherwise, we'll go with these.
Her, like, Pryor's eyes are a little glazed over. Like, you get the distinctive sense that, like, this is all very overwhelming for him before he kind of just coughs and goes, I would normally leave all this so and such to Percy to handle, but I suppose I can take a closer look. Appearances were never really my forte. Clothes have always been a rather restraining and restricting necessity. And he mutters as he starts poring over them.
Is Mr.
It's very clear
Pryor
Pryor's completely
insinuating
overwhelmed.
he wouldn't be wearing clothes if not for the social conventions? Tala just kind of whispers to you, Mix.
I don't ask. She sighs and looks over at Kai, and then I was thinking something like this for you. She
And-
shows a piece of paper with various designs and color palettes.
And you're saying you don't mind input? Because not to say that I don't like these, it's just, and Kai sort of 3/4 turns towards Tala, because they had just talked about this. You had mentioned me perhaps modeling for you. If you think that any of these would stick out in particular as something that would be fitting for my form, I trust your judgment and skill to tailor these clothes. And something nice about formal wear is how much skin it covers, which I already brought up to you as a concern.
Tala's eyes light up and she says, "You would make for such a lovely model, Kai. Ooh, these are a lot of good designs. I kind of really like this suit in particular." And she points her finger at the page in Mix's journal and says, I like the little flower there. I feel like it looked really cute matching with the rest of you. I think you gotta go with that one." And she looks over to you, Mix, to see and says, Aren't you thinking that one too? Or do you think another one might suit better?
We'll go with that one for Kai then, and I agree. And then this one for Pryor. Mick says, grabbing the one that Pryor looked at the most, so he doesn't have to take more time choosing between them.
Yeah, Pryor has been staring at like you can see every single eye on his head is looking at a different design, and thankfully makes you spare him from the gears in his head breaking apart as you pick one and he goes, I trust your judgment. That looks good.
All right then, Tala, if you would, while you're doing that, and Mix pulls out a piece of paper and hands it to her. That's mine.
She takes the paper and then she looks to you and says, do you not want to work on one together? I absolutely love the fashion for this one and I can absolutely replicate what you've given me, but do you want to discuss a little more about it? Get a few different options and stuff?
Thank you, Tala, but that's my final decision.
And it's clear Tala looks a little down about not being able to design an outfit for you with you, Mix, as she kind of looks down at the single suit on the piece of paper. She looks back up at you and she says, all right then. Well, if you're absolutely sure, Mix, I can get started on it. You know what we should do? How about once I get them done, we already have narrows, but once I get them all done, what if we come out one at a time? One by one. I can have each of you come out in your fancy new fit.
You have the most lovely ideas, of course.
She lets out a little squee and Tala is going to run off to get started on the outfit. And
all right, while she's getting that ready, Mix steps forward. It's time to have a little lesson, and she pulls out. She looks around. There's not really actually, now I think about it, there's not really anything that you can use as a pointer stick. So she'll just use her finger as she says, each of you, I'm going to run a quick crash course, and we're going to go over posture, manners. I'm gonna make this as quick and brief as possible, and I'm not gonna overcomplicate things because we don't have a lot of time. So we're gonna start now. Meru, and she immediately grabs Meru and straightens him because he was slouched over a little bit. Got a little roughly. It's like, okay, stand up straight, not like that.
Okay, you could just tell me.
She walks over and she starts to basically do not a super honestly a pretty intensive couple hour boot camp for as long as that they have while waiting for all the dresses and suits.
And as you are all put through this boot camp, after some time, Tala comes back into the room and she says, all right, they are ready. All right, which one do you want to be first?
Well, if no one else is jumping at the opportunity.
She sees no one has jumped at the opportunity, and absolutely, yes. Kai, the moment you seem to sort of go for it, Tala says, wonderful, and she just kind of it doesn't push Pryor out of the way. She's not strong enough to. Well, honestly, given his own fortitude, she might be. She just kind of brushes past Pryor, and she grabs you, Kai, and says, come on, come on, come on. And she's gonna lead you into the other room. And she's going to say, all right, here you go. And you two can hear there's some commotion going on in the other room as Kai, you are given the new outfit, and she goes, see, it looks lovely on you. And she's gonna step out and she's going to say, all right, everyone, introducing. And she's clearly waiting to hear what all of you think.
Oh, perfect.
You changed your hair.
Oh, yes, this little... Yeah, no, I kind of like it.
It's nice.
Pryor stands at the back and nods in approval and goes, looking very dapper, Kai. I like it. Looks good on you.
The hair was Tala's touch. Honestly, I can't take credit for that at all. But I figured that something that wasn't overly flashy wasn't your style, so we went with something that was a little more, not exactly low-key per se, but it makes you look dashing.
Doesn't she?
Kai sort of...
Go ahead.
No. Oh, sorry. Kai sort of holds out his arms looking at the sleeve poofs. And he says, thanks for letting me have some input on this. It's, nice to be back so quickly. Makes the... Yeah, it's not bad to mention. This makes the whole discomfort of leaving my weapons behind for this event a bit less daunting if this is a fashion show kind of event.
Of course! I'm so glad that it can. And don't worry. This is a fancy Nestborn party, so you don't need to worry about that syndicate stuff, right?
You know, I hope
No,
not.
not at all. And honestly, he'll probably be better protected than that. Wonderful.
All right, go back in line. Get over there. All right, who's next? Who's next? Which one do you want to be next?
Pryor
go next. I'm not going next.
Pryor raises his hand at the same time that Meru says that, and he just looks at Meru like, I was already going to volunteer. You don't need to volunteer me.
All right, get over here, Mr. Pryor. And Tala just kind of hooks her arm around you and says, come on. And she's going to pull you into the changing room area.
He doesn't necessarily resist, but you can kind of feel his feet dragging behind him as he very much does not want to get out of his hyper-protective, hyper-powerful ego gear.
Tala does not care, or does not seem to mind, as there's, again, some commotion as she says, no, Mr. Pryor, you have to button it like this. And then she finally peeks her head out and says, all right, everyone. Are you all ready?
Back in my days, we only did up the burst in the but whatever. Pryor, after a while, stops grumbling, and he goes, all right, I'm coming.
And
Right, go ahead.
you all watch as Pryor walks on out in his fit.
He adjusts his collar, straightens his tie, and pulls tight the gloves over his hand. All of his eyes look in the same direction as he steps out and squares his shoulders. I admit, it's a different kind of feeling. I don't feel that much less powerful, actually.
Huh.
I like the coat.
It's kind of old-timey.
We went
Good.
with
Watch
a.
He says watch it, but with the undeniable, like, little uptick of someone amused by the comment.
We went with a bit more of a nobility angle, especially. I know the middle has a fondness for fur linings, so we added that touch. Although no purple colors, because this is a party for the Nestborns, not for the syndicates. I'm sorry if that is not exactly to your liking.
Given my current reputation with the middle, I will take not having to deal with any of my brothers and sisters. Thank you, Mix and Tala. I really appreciate the outfit.
Absolutely, Mr. Pryor. And she pushes you over to everyone else and just goes, all right, which one of you's next? There's only 2 left.
Meru, go ahead.
And Meru was I think he had shuffled a little behind Kai in hopes that they would forget about him, but he obviously knew he wasn't going to be forgotten about. So I think with clear hesitation, he will allow himself to be dragged away.
Tala looks very excited. As she's dragging you away, she says, and this one, like I said, was specially prepared. I hope you're excited. All right, so this is how you put this on. We're gonna have to remove that hat, and we're gonna put this one on here. And then, can you take off that blindfold? It's not coming off when I'm trying to move it. And she's trying to remove the Justicia gift, which is clearly not working.
Yeah, no, Meru will, he'll take it off and he'll go, can I still wear this if I put this around my wrist?
Oh, just hide it. Just hide those bandages
Yeah.
so it doesn't ruin the look. But yeah, you can still wear it if it's hidden around your wrist.
Okay.
You know, there were supposed to be matching rings for this, but
you
know, never mind. Let's maybe not mention that. All right. Are you all ready? And she runs back into the room and says,
Tala thinks she's slick.
all right. Introducing. And you all watch as Meru walks on out.
Oh
By
my
walks, I mean
gosh.
he like awkwardly shuffles into the room, and he's like, I don't think I've ever worn anything this complex before. Yeah.
Certainly tell that there was a lot more time that went into this outfit than the rest of ours. You look good, very frilly.
Yeah, I feel very frilly.
I think
We-
it's my luck.
We thought about having the hat more upright instead of slanted, but considering the prosthetics, it's still good in a fashionable way. I think you look lovely.
Yeah, I'll get used to it, I think. And Meru's like, he's not like pulling at the outfit, but like he's like I guess very lightly, not to like mess it up or anything, but you can tell he looks very uncomfortable as he's trying to get used to it, and he looks quite embarrassed.
Paula just snaps a picture and then pushes you over and says, all right. And now for our guest of honor, Lady Leonis herself, and she's like gesturing for you to come over, Mix, and it looks like she's gonna go grab you to bring you over if you don't stop her or come on your own.
Yeah,
first.
Mix will go over.
All right, come on. And she pulls you into the dressing room and says, "There you go. There's a little clip. Oh, this is gonna look so cute." And unless you say anything to her as she's getting you all ready, Mix.
Mix, you hear Mix just say, it's nothing quite so complicated, so thank you, though. It looks exactly how I imagined it would.
I am so glad it turned out too. All right. And she says, "All right, everyone, it's time." And introducing Lady Leonis herself. And Mix, you come on out, dressed in your suit.
Oh, your little and Meru will point like up at like his to mirror like at his own hair, and I'll go, you changed the color of your thingamabob, the tie.
Yes, it
matches.
Thank you. Mix sort of plays with the sleeves with her wrists for a bit, and then looks over at the rest of you. And it's strange. It is almost... It's very fitting, but like almost like strangely so, in a way that's like clothing that was made for her, at least in terms of design, rather than something that was just cooked up in the course of a night. Either way, she nods at everyone and says, "Good, we all look the part."
This is just perfect. All
Step
right, get
number
together.
1.
Oh, yes, Mr. Pryor?
Yeah. Pryor just sort of mutters that step number 1. He knows the hard part is still ahead of them. That's actually getting to the party.
And as you say so, Tala nods her head and just goes, all right. And she's clearly not listening to whatever you're muttering to, Pryor, as she says, "Get together for a group picture. Come on. All of you smile." Do any of you try to avoid the picture? Oh, sorry, what'd you say?
Pryor does smile. He does not try and avoid it.
I do think Meru's trying to hide behind whoever he can.
Mix will give a small smile.
Yeah, it's Barrier can hide behind Kai. Kai will smile for the camera and straighten his back up so that some of Meru can be covered.
You all look so good. All right, I can keep this a secret though. Don't worry, I won't post these pictures anywhere. I'm just gonna share them with Mr. Jackson, the director, Yomi, John.
Tala.
Yeah.
Could you wait to do that?
Oh, yeah, of course. Anything for you, Mix. Listen, I can keep them in a secret file and not share them with anyone if you don't want me to.
Well, you can share them eventually. I just think maybe. And Mix kind of like thinks about Jackson seeing that picture. Maybe waiting until we've left.
Oh, absolutely. Don't worry. Once you've all left, you know what? I'll wait till the party's done. Then I can share them with everyone. I'm sure they'll all be so excited to see. And Tala just kind of does a little spin and says, "Well, I really should get back to work. But if there's anything any of you need before I do, just let me know. And oh, of course, it's on the house. For all of you, don't worry about it. I'll send all the stuff to Mr. Jackson still."
That's very sweet of you. Thank you, Tala. I mean it.
Of course.
Well,
You know, you look
Mix
very
looks-
dashing.
She smiles and then looks at the other managers and says, "We should head back to the RV then."
Agreed.
Yes.
I've written some short pamphlets for each of you. They're back in the RV. I expect you to go over them and study them while we're on the road.
Prior is clearly annoyed, but he does take the pamphlet and goes, I suppose it wouldn't hurt me to get some more reading in.
Yeah, no, Meru will take a pamphlet, and it's like I think he's going to try to now hyper focus on reading all of this to distract
I'm sorry.
himself.
Is there Meru's thoughts are interrupted by Prior reading the pamphlet and going, there's rules on how fast I can chew my food?
Oh, thankfully.
Yes, and where you can put your silverware as well.
And I shove it up their ass, and Prior mutters to himself as he is going over these ridiculous rules that are going to keep him from his food.
Right. And Mix looks over at Kai. I hate to ask you this, but please help them study while I'm driving.
It's not a big deal at all. I've kind of had to do this before, at least in a sense.
Thank you. All right. Let's go.
And managers?
Oh, and sorry, one last thing, Mr. DM, if it's all right.
Oh, of course, yes.
Mix looks at the three of them and takes a deep breath and says, there's one last thing you should know about the party. When I'm there, address me as Lord Leonis or Kane.
Prior, clicks behind his eyes and he goes, I will keep that in mind if that is what is required.
I know that at the party I will be the son of Adam Leonis. So I ask you all to treat me as such.
Noted.
Appreciated. Let's head off.
And
Agreed.
managers, as you all prepare to head back to the RV, now that you have changed your outfits, there's a couple of things you should be aware of. Meru, you lose your specialty with Magic Bullet, and you lose all 5 dots of firearms. Your armor goes away. You will take aggravated damage from any weapons and all weapons. Mix, you lose all 5 dots of firearms, and you lose your specialty with Solemn Lament. Your armor also goes away, and you will take aggravated damage from any weapons. Prior, you lose all 4 dots of melee, and your In the Name of Love and Hate specialty. You also will take all damage as aggravated. And Kai, you are an interesting case, because Brawl you had naturally. You retain your 5 dots of Brawl. You, however, lose your specialty with Cobalt Scar, and you also take aggravated damage from all sources. You all do keep your ego gifts. However, any passives given to you by your ego armor or your ego are no longer active while you are out of your ego gear. Do keep this in mind when you are at the party.
Yay!
Yay. Well, at least I still have Brawl, even if I'm not going to be punching anyone at this party. But
You do indeed still have your Brawl. And with that, you all can get back in the RV. Is there anything you all would like to talk about on the way there?
All right, Mix, I have to ask. I thought, and forgive me for bringing up a sensitive topic, besides the bit we've seen, I thought your family was kind of gone the way of the He kind of doesn't know how to really say it, so he kind of awkwardly like drags his thumb across his neck and makes that sound.
But they were gone. You're
Other
not
than a few
wrong.
remnants. So who's hosting this party in your family's honor? I thought when an arbiter gets called, normally that kind of ends any honor any family possesses in the city.
Normally it does, and my father was an only child, so I have no cousins or aunts or uncles to speak of. But there is perhaps one other possibility. Someone else who possessed ownership of all of the properties, finances, but I'm not sure who, and I'm not sure for what reason.
Perhaps it was another contingency when you turned down that will at K Corp. Some backup, someone else inherited the Lord Leonis's wealth.
It would be the only explanation for why they've been able to operate as long as they have. And perhaps the only reasonable explanation. There's no such thing as a man who can predict so far in the future, so it stands to reason that there's someone else at play here.
Pryor thinks about it and then shrugs and goes, take it from a lifetime schemer that the machinations of the Nestborns exceed even my ability to fully calculate. There's a reason I stayed out of W Corp's business for the most part. The syndicates are at least fairly straightforward with what they want. Still, maybe keep your ear out. If you learn something, it might prove useful later.
Indeed. We're walking into a serpent's den. These aren't people who are straightforward at all. Like you said, syndicates are at least honest in some ways. Violence is the simple truth. Nests, actually the opposite. Violence is a last resort. It's meant to be done if you have no other option. It's the strength of your words that decide your status. That and the ever powerful on.
Wealth, money, men and women, people of power, every person in the city, regardless of who they are, all of them obey one truth. Corruption comes for us all. Anyone who...
Go ahead.
No, yeah, Pryor just says corruption comes for everyone. It's a very few number of people in this city who can keep their minds and wits about them when they're given everything. You'd need to be unbreakable.
And that's what confuses me. I'm not sure what the angle is with this person. I don't know what their reasons are. And none of the normal ones add up. Theorizing and baseless conjecture will get us nowhere. Better yet, put your efforts towards that pamphlet I gave you.
Here I was trying to dodge my homework. And he flips open the pamphlet again. But you do note that he has covered it in highlights, and it does seem like Pryor has meticulously gone over every bit of it, regardless of how obstinate he is being in his grumblings.
as you two are speaking, you hear from the front where the driver's seat is a little beep, beep, as if Pascal's desperately trying to get your attention.
Yes, Pascal.
When there's a moment for it to let off the wheel, it does this.
Holy shit.
Beep! And seems satisfied as it turns back to the wheel.
Fuck, we should have gone Pascal a little, like, tux or something.
Pascal, unfortunately, is not allowed with us.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like it'd be suspicious if we just brought a drone.
Probably counts as a weapon.
Besides,
Yeah.
we need Pascal to guard the RV as always.
And our ego. I suppose that's correct. I would have brought you into the party, little buddy, if I had the choice.
Pascal actually turns to look at you, Prior. And for a moment, it seems to almost glow brighter before it doesn't. And it just gives you a beep and turns back to the road and continues driving.
We're not enemies, me and that drone. I've come to understand that it is but a reflection of the man who looks into its mirrored lens. It was my self-hatred that brought the flashes upon me. It was my weakness of mind and spirit and soul. Now that I have confronted that part of myself and become absolute in my conviction, no longer must I fear Pascal, for it is nothing but an ally to me on my journey of self-discovery. Thank you, tiny drone.
What?
Mix gets up, and as she walks over to the passenger side of the front, next to Pascal, she looks back at Prior and says, "Didn't Pascal flash you awake this morning?"
That's not relevant to the current conversation at hand.
Beep.
Rolls her eyes, and she will sit in the passenger seat as she sits up at the front, looking to the side of the road as they keep driving.
Absolutely. Mix. Do you give the little drone a moment of reprieve when you sit up here, or do you choose to just let it keep driving? You can see the little drone is sort of vibrating as if it wants to do something.
Sure, we're gonna be switching between because it's gonna be a while. We're driving for a while, so I think Mix will allow it.
Absolutely. Mix. The moment you take the wheel for a moment, Prior, the drone sees that Mix is driving, and it starts to come over to you as it goes, whirr. You do not have your ego on you right now, Prior.
No.
Would you like to make me a challenge 7 as it prepares to flash you? It's
No.
going to be a reflex
No.
athletics.
No, I'm rolling this instead. Just this. Listen. He accepts his fate.
You accept your fate.
2 successes on a calmness roll as a single tear rolls down Prior's cheek and he goes, No, it seems I have come to the wrong conclusion.
Absolutely. And when you do, you can take a total of 7 aggravated white damage, Prior.
Damn!
As the light just flashes you.
Prior's
blinding
not wearing
you.
ego. But he doesn't corrode, he just instantly panics. That's his entire... So he's not wearing ego, so he doesn't corrode. Instead, it's not like the other times where he falls screaming. There's a flash, and then there's just a thunk as Prior's body hits the ground.
Whoa, you're actually protected by the crown of thorns. However...
Oh my god! You're right! Thank god I didn't lose my ego gift! Okay, so instead of hitting the ground, his knees hit the ground, and he goes...
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, God. Meru, he just watches and he goes, I don't know how that wasn't the only conclusion you would have come up with.
I'm going to kill this drone.
Oh, okay.
L Corp is right. Technology is a bane upon this existence.
Okay, let's not.
What happened?
What is
I mean, I don't-
what's wrong with you?
Emotionally.
And I don't know if Kai approaches Prior, but Meru will start to walk towards him with like an exasperated look. He goes, "Get
I
up."
can't see anything.
Okay. Well,
I'm not wearing my ego. I think my eyes don't work anymore.
Well, then they can read the pamphlet to you. Now get to studying.
You know, I will have Kai go over to Prior. I have a lot of dots in medicine. Yeah, I have all 5. Can I do a quick little exam to just check that this is temporary blindness and not, anything permanent?
Absolutely. You can make me an understanding medicine. This is not a major injury.
Oh, okay. So
As bad as it seems in the moment. So you cannot add that specialty, but you can roll the rest. It's only a challenge free.
Challenge 3. All right. Okay, cool.
5 success crit. Kai, by the time you all reach the party, Prior will be healed up again. It looks like it's going to be a case of temporary blindness just until he can readjust, but it shouldn't take more than a couple hours at most. What might last a little bit longer, because you all have a couple of days, is Prior, you heal 5 sanity each day. You will be healed up by the time of the party, especially with Kai's crit. It's just going to be on the way to the party. You might be a little out of it for a bit.
Yeah. It is a recoverable injury, but you do see that like his eye, I would go as far as to saying, you may disagree with me, Mr. GM. If it was anyone, even though Prior's unique biology doesn't quite function as it used to, you do get the sense that, like, if not for the few quirks that are left over from his biology, this might have actually been a very serious eye injury.
Oh, absolutely. This drone has been worked on by both Mix and Yuna together. It's flash. You can tell, especially hitting you at full blast. It could have been very serious if not given your unique biology, especially without wearing your ego.
So Prior is avoiding Pascal for the remainder of the trip, which is very hard in a very small, cramped RV.
Absolutely. And Mix, Pascal flies back to you whirring, and it can take the wheel over again if you let it. It seems content.
Sure thing, yeah. I guess Mix will switch off.
Absolutely. As the drive continues, is there anything else you all would like to do or discuss?
I think so for Mix. I think they've kind of talked about everything they need to.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think the rest of the ride is probably just preparing for the party.
I think Prior spends the rest of the time recovering.
Absolutely. Prior, you can recover. All of you can look over those pamphlets that Mix has given you to get yourselves ready. And as you are all driving along, Mix, you've been switching on and off with Pascal, you said. Do you decide to look out the window at any part on the drive to U Corp?
Yeah, I think Mix will when Pascal is taking the wheel.
Absolutely. There is a coastal vineyard when you look outside. And you can see a man stumbling in the field, followed by a single butterfly. You can't tell if he's injured or not from this distance. Do you continue to watch him?
Yes.
He keeps moving and seems to stumble over his feet again before he rights himself up. And that butterfly keeps following after him, growing ever closer. But then the noises from inside the RV draw your attention back to those within. Do you have any thoughts, Nix?
If she does, they are not known.
Absolutely. And as you all continue, you find the private lot you were told to park your vehicle. It'll be a bit of a walk to the manor, but the path at least is clear and rather easy to traverse. And managers, would you like to disembark and head to the entrance?
Absolutely.
Where else is there to go at this point?
Absolutely. In that case, you all find your way to the gate. There is a butler present who greets guests and lets them inside. You can see the large manor beyond the flower fields. The sun has begun to set, but it is still light out, and the beams of sun stream down on you all. And as you all approach, is there anything you would like to say to each other before you come within earshot of the butler? This is your last chance to say anything before you risk being overheard.
No discussion of anything classified. We all know that. Let's try and not. Prior seems to be talking more to himself than anything before he just sighs and says, let's get this night over with. 6 hours. That's what you said, right? Kane?
Yes.
6 hours. We've survived more torturous things for longer.
Any other final words for each other then?
No, I think Meru, he's quiet. He has a very serious, determined look in his eye, though.
Absolutely.
I know that it's at your request. But I would feel I would just like to apologize in advance for calling you by. Maybe the name doesn't bother you so much, but it is strange, the rest of it. So, sorry if that makes you.
Mix takes a moment, and then she looks back, and she smiles and says, thank you.
Nothing else I can do about it, so.
Let's go.
You're a stronger woman than me, Kane. If it were me being called by the name I was born with, I'd kill half the people here.
Well, let's avoid that for now.
Let's avoid them knowing their name. And he mutters to himself as he kicks a rock and then straightens his back and gets into his professional party-going stance.
Lord Leonis, do you lead the way?
Yes, I will.
Absolutely. You come up to the gates, and the butler sees you and says, Lord Leonis, it is a pleasure to see you. Those inside have been eagerly anticipating your arrival, and that of your friend. He bows his head, and he gestures for you to come on in, as he says, I of course recognize you, Lord Leonis, and I have your friends here on the guest list. But I should ask to confirm the names. It is Prior, Kai, and Meru, correct?
And I think as that question is asked, like I said, Meru's had a weirdly serious and determined look in his eye since they started making their way over. Because I think he got the idea in his mind that this is a new job to complete, and he's always believed himself to be excellent at completing any job that's asked of him. And so he was practicing in the RV. He's trying to be the best fake Nestborn ever. He was thinking back on every bit of information Mix had taught him, now and in the past. And I think as they were on their way over, he remembered something from a little while ago that Mix had told him about names. Like the whole conversation about the Lady Wolf. And Mix told him that every little thing they do will matter here, which has to start with the introductions. So I think Meru, he has straightened his back, and he will look the butler in the eye, and he will give a little half nod and say, pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Meru, which is Merrue, with a silent E. Meru. Thank you for the invitation. And he looks very proud of that.
The butler does quirk an eyebrow at that, but then nods his head and says, I see. Meru. And then he looks at you. Unless you speak first, Lord Leonis.
Kane will pipe up and say, I hope that is not an issue.
He shakes his head, and he says, I will not be able to deprive him of it, nor will he let go of it.
Prior hears the butler say that, and for some reason a shiver runs down his spine, and he goes, there's no taking that letter off of your name, is there, Meru?
Meru is my name. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Prior folds his arms behind his back.
And the butler will gesture for you all to enter. Do any of you ask him anything as he bows his head and has opened the gate for all of you?
Do we get searched for weapons inside?
There is no need.
What if I'm carrying a weapon on me?
Lord Leonis already knows that you're not.
Prior looks to Mix and goes, he's got me there.
Kane nods and says, we carry no weapons with us.
The butler nods and simply says, come in.
And yeah, Mix will step forward.
Prior will step over the threshold as well.
Kai will step forward with the other two.
And Meru, do you enter as well?
Yes.
Wonderful. Welcome, all of you, to the Leonis Manor. The party is in full swing when you enter, managers. You see that the halls are a brilliant bright gold. Everyone is dressed according to the code and seems engrossed in their own business and conversations. In the center of the ballroom is a statue of a man who looks nearly identical to Nyx. He's even dressed in the exact same suit that she wears. Do any of you read the plaque?
Prior looks between Nyx and then the statue, and he doesn't break away from the group, but he is gonna walk up to the statue if no one pulls him back.
No, I don't think Meru would stop him.
Absolutely. Do any of you try to stop him?
No.
I
not
see
at
no
all.
reason to.
Wonderful. Prior, when you get closer, you can see that the plaque reads Lord Adam Leonis. And the man depicted in the statue looks identical to Nyx. Not even in a family resemblance way, he looks exactly like Nyx does. Not counting the horns and the tail that you know are corrosion from Yin and Yang.
Strong family resemblance between you and your father. Wouldn't
Makes-
have known that by the way you described him.
Meg steps up next to Pryor and shrugs. It is, unfortunately, one of the few things I inherited from my father. Abel was the one who looks more like our mother, if anything. She looks up at the statue and sighs, although my father was never one for idols such as this. I wonder who constructed it instead.
Your father has a fan, an admirer, someone willing to do all this for him.
Oh, don't worry. He had many of those. But I have a feeling, and she looks around at this like bustling party, that whoever invited me to this place is probably the same person that did this.
Quite.
Now then, and she looks over at...
Wait, Nick. Kane. And he does grab Nyx's sleeve for a moment. Do you think he might be here? You know, your brother?
Kane thinks about it for a moment, and then shakes her head. No. If there's one thing I know for certain is still true about my brother, he hated this kind of life. More so than anyone else in my family. And with that being said, so matter-of-factly, she looks back over at Kai and Meru at this point and says, "You both all right?"
Yes, I'm fine.
I know it might come as a bit of a culture shock.
I will do everything I can to not let that affect my and you can tell as Mary's talking, he's trying really hard to like speak properly. And he pauses as he tries to think of the proper words, and he goes, to not let it affect my actions.
Mix
It's a very
nods.
different vibe than the web, I will tell you that much.
Indeed. Many of these people... Well, just be careful. Try and blend in as much as you can, but I'd advise against going up to anyone yourself. They're up the upper echelon. Everyone here knows how to act because they're from this kind of lifestyle. But as for everyone here, and she points at you three, you don't, and if you try and get into any in-depth conversation, you might give yourself away. Just look pretty.
Will do my best.
You are my guests, so if you get into any trouble, just in case, for whatever reason, we have to split up, just use my name.
And as
Friar nods his head and decides to cry and look as natural as he can.
Absolutely. As you are all gathered here, there are a lot of people in this room. You can see that there are multiple halls as well. It looks like most of the lower floor of the manor has been opened up for people to be in here. There's people walking in and out. There's many different people that seem to be from many different walks of life, the different esteemed guests who have been invited here. Different groups are coming up to greet you, Lord Leonis, and to shake their hand, to give you their well wishes. And one particular group that walks up is this couple here who both bow their heads, and the man among them says, "Greetings, Lord Leonis. I am Isaac of the Canaan family in L Corp, here with my wife, Rebecca." And he nods to the woman who is right beside him, and he says, "It is a pleasure to meet you. You were quite young, I believe, when we first met. It's wonderful to see you taking so much after your father."
Mix, or rather Kane, nods and gives a polite smile, and she says, "Ah, yes, of course, Lord Canaan." And she puts forward a hand and says, "It's good to see you again. I do remember you, although it's been quite some time. And she looks around and says, "I'm quite pleased to see that you chose to attend. I am sure that this was out of your way, but believe me, the gesture is very much appreciated."
He takes your hand and gives it a nice firm shake as he says, "Of course." And his wife speaks up and she says, "We feared that the Leonis household would become much like the Kong family in District 8 did after that dreadful incident." And Isaac cuts her off and says, "Of course, that is an entirely different case. We are eager to see where the Leonis household's future goes with a bright young heir at its head." Mix, would you like to make me an intuition insight check? Any of you can make it, managers,
Absolutely.
but Mix, you get 2 additional dice as a Leonis, and everyone can add dice equal to their high society, which I think only helps Mix and Kai, because Prior and Meru have no dots of high society.
I'm not even gonna roll. I got 2 dice.
What is the difficulty here?
The difficulty is a scaling difficulty. However, the base difficulty is 4.
Gotcha. Kai, would you like to assist me?
Yeah, sure. I was trying to. Yeah.
Thank you. I will push, so I'm rolling 10. It's 4. Jeez, I'm gonna reroll
Woof.
that. There we go. Much better.
That's gonna be 5 successes. Is anyone else making a roll or just you, Mix?
That is just me.
Absolutely.
I helped her out, so.
Wonderful. Prior and Maru are clueless. Lord Leonis, with Kai's assistance, you can tell these two are clearly suspicious of the fact that after so long, the heir of the Leonis household has reemerged. You remember how flippantly Yuna spoke of your house back at K Corp, and while this couple is trying to be polite, it's clear the Leonis still has its claws in the veins of the city. However, the shameful fall of the family has caused the other families, especially from A Corp, to be guarded and looking for any sign of weakness or rot within.
Yeah, Kane will, again, another polite smile says, I assure you, Lady Kanan, the Leonis household is as strong as ever. Do not worry about us. Besides, and she looks around. See, do you not see all the people that have come to honor my family? I would hope that such a display would, if nothing else, invigorate your faith in our household. But of course, and she looks over at Isaac. Perhaps Lord Kanan has differing thoughts?
Hey, Mix, can you make me a presence or conviction? And you may roll performance with your speech specialty, or you may roll persuasion. You can add 2 dots because you are a Leonis.
And what is the difficulty?
The challenge is a challenge 3, but it is scaling where the higher you roll, the more successful the result.
Once again, we're doing a little push.
7 successes. They look around at the manner of guests gathered here.
If you mind, I will do one willpower reroll.
Oh, absolutely. You may do a willpower reroll. You also can gain affinity, so you all gain an additional sin point.
Thank you.
That's 8 whole successes. They look around at the guests gathered here. They look around at how prestigious the guests gathered here are. Fixers from different walks of life, those from A Corp, those from F Corp, those from H Corp. There are people belonging to all different high-ranking stations here and all manner of strong, powerful, well-known positions gathered that have responded to the guest list. And your words as Lord Leonis himself, and given how much you resemble that statue on display, they are in awe of you. And they bow their heads and they say, of course, Lord Leonis, we would never doubt your power and influence. After so many years, the manner of guests you were able to call together for a party like this.
Oh, of course. And please, I took no offense, Lord and Lady Kanan. I only ask that you remember your place. Now let's enjoy the party, shall we? And Mix will pat Isaac on the cheek.
There is a tight-lipped smile on his face, but he nods his head and says, of course, before he will wait to be dismissed by you.
Now then, I have many other guests to attend to, and I'm sure you're both eager to enjoy yourselves and mingle with the others here, so please enjoy the party.
We shall. Thank you, Lord Leonis. And he smiles to you, bows his head, and you can see the thin veneer of someone who, that anger is bubbling beneath the surface, but he knows his station and his place here, and he and his wife will join the rest of the guests here as you are left alone for a moment, managers.
As soon as that's done, Mix turns over to the others and sighs, making sure that the rest, her back is to the rest of the party, and says, I hope you all see now why I am so insistent on your appearance.
Prior nods. He actually has he looks a little impressed by your ability to maneuver that, and he says, makes as much sense as any. You seem to have this whole thing pretty down pat. Never seen you at work, and again, I guess this is the first time we've ever seen you in your element, your real element. Not slum commoners like us.
I assure you that I would much rather be out there than here. But for what it's worth, and she looks around, let's at least take advantage of one thing here. They have food. We might as well get a plate or a drink, if nothing else. It's always good to have something in the hand.
Prior does not need to be told twice. He immediately begins walking towards the buffet.
Absolutely. Prior, you're able to get some food from the buffet. You can see that there's a lot of people who are looking at you as you do so. There's some whisperings as well.
Prior remembers what was said in the pamphlet and simply straightens his back and pretends like he cannot hear them.
Absolutely. Now, Prior, are you taking an acceptable amount of food, or are you gorging yourself at the buffet?
Prior is taking an acceptable amount of food. He is listening to Mix. Despite how he might act sometime, Prior does respect Mix, and she is given very good reasons why he should be on his best behavior.
Absolutely.
Mix will look over at Kai and Meru and, rather Kane, and will ask, are either of you hungry? Even if you're not, you might as well get something, even a drink.
And I think Meru will glance over at Kai, and he'll be like, if you go over and get some food, I will come with you and try something, I guess.
All right then. Yes, Kai will nod at Mix and sort of guide Meru over to the buffet, where he will take very small help.
You mean guide Meru?
Meru, apologies. Where he will guide Meru over to the buffet and take very petite portions of a few different items, sort of aligning them on his plate in the way that he has seen at some fancier parties, so as not to appear slob or get anything on his very nice tailored outfit.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, Mix has, by this point, already gotten a glass of champagne.
Over drinking.
Mr. DM? I'll
Yes.
answer that in a moment, but Mr. DM, who is this person that's approaching us?
Oh, don't worry about it. No. As you are all enjoying yourselves, as you're getting your champagne, as you're all able to look at the buffet, I won't ask you to make an awareness check, because there's been someone who's walked into the room. He's been stopping by each crowd of guests gathered to shake their hands and speak with them a bit. And you all notice that this person is not moving like a guest. He's bowing to the different guests here. He's moving through the crowd. And do you decide to look towards him next? Or rather, I should say Lord Leonis.
Mix will. Kane will.
Absolutely. When you look towards him, his smile seems to only widen. And he goes right for you, excusing himself from the current pair that he was talking to, as he says, Lord Leonis, greetings. He bows his head and then extends his hand. Lord Leonis, do you take it?
Oh, yeah, Mix will. She looks actually a little surprised, but she will take his hand.
Absolutely. When he takes your hand, he seems to hold it for a moment longer, as if remembering the touch. There is a very gentle, almost caress while he's holding your hand there. And you see that he is dressed in a fine outfit. He smiles at you, and he says, my name is Mr. Sung. You may address me as Mr. S. It is good to see you, Lord Leonis, and your friends. There is no need for introductions. I know who you are. Meru, Prior, and Kai.
Friar turns from his food, and his mouth forms an approximation of what could be called a plastic smile. Then you have us at a disadvantage.
He just smiles back at you, and he says, there is a title you no longer go by, isn't there? Or rather, you're no longer recognized by.
There's a tiny little snapping sound as like the little toothpick Prior is using to pick up like from the charcuterie board snaps between his fingers, and his smile just grows more plastic on his face, and he goes, you have me at an extreme disadvantage. Not many people are aware of that.
He simply smiles at you.
I think Meru, he'll wait just a brief moment before lightly clearing his throat, and he will say, my name is Meru. The E is silent at the end.
Ah, yes. There is no taking it from you, is there, Meru?
No, that is my name.
That it is. Lord Leonis, do you have anything to say to this man? He's still holding your hand, by the way, unless you pull away from him.
Kane holds his hand for a moment before letting go and says, it is good to see you, Mr. Sung. And I will say that Kane is unsure because she doesn't know who this is at all. She does not recognize him. Like, am I correct in saying that she doesn't recognize him?
You have never met this man before in your
Yeah.
life, Mix. You have no clue who this guy is.
And for him to speak so casually to her, especially in a place like this. And it just confuses her. But also it answers a question that, this is Mr. S. So she says, the invitation, I am honored by your invitation.
Of course, Lord Leonis. We have been waiting for your return. Now,
I see.
I do have other business to attend to as the host on your father's behalf. We shall talk more later. And he gives you a bow, and he turns and begins to leave through the crowd.
Huh. As creepy as that guy was, didn't set off any alarms. He turns to the rest of the group as a sort of subtle signal that he wasn't getting anything out of that.
Meru will quietly nod his head in understanding.
Guess your dad knew a couple of... Prior realizes he shouldn't call the host of this event a weirdo, so he goes, eccentric characters.
That he did. Next. Looks back at the others, and you all see that there's some mixed emotions on her face. Quickly, those are wiped away, and Kane says, I'll need to excuse myself for a moment. I need to go find out what's going on. Three of you, just be careful. If you get into any trouble, use my name. Do not let your guard down.
If you get into any trouble, use ours. We might not be able to fight, but we have your back.
There's a moment where Kane gazes at all of you. And there's a thought that goes through her head. It says, well, we'll all see each other again when the time is right. I'll be back. And with that being said, Kane turns around and walks off.
And I won't make you make a roll for it. You are able to follow him if that is what you wish to do.
Yes.
Absolutely. You are able to follow after Mr. S. You find that he has walked into another area of the party, and this is a hallway where there are less people present than in the main room. And in a more secluded area, past the guests here, you have a moment to speak with him, if you so please.
Mix walks after at a brisk pace. I think she's not aware of how fast she's going, or really that Mr. S is going. But finally, King catches up and says, Mr. Sung.
He turns around and he says, yes, Lord Leonis.
And in this hallway filled with other people who are ignoring them almost to a strange level, she says, What is all this? What is all this for?
He hears that, and he's going to walk aside away from the rest of the people here. It looks like they are all engaged in their own conversations as he goes to a far area away from the rest of them and out of earshot. And he simply says, once he reaches there, it is time, Lord Leonis, to go forward with our plan. For you to take your rightful place.
What are you playing at? What plan? What do you mean our plan? I don't remember. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know you. What rightful place?
You don't remember me. And this is what you wanted, Lord Leonis. It is all for the future we're trying to build.
The future? This party is for the future. That doesn't make sense. This isn't gonna change anything. If this is really about building an ideal future, then a party's not the way how to do that. You know, I've wandered the city for many years, and the people I've traveled with have taught me that the way to change the city isn't through the comfort of a nest. It's out there. So what do you mean it's this isn't right? This isn't how you do anything.
He does lean in close when you say that, and there is an upturned smile on his face when he says, have you wandered the city for many years? Because the you I know has.
What?
But your heir's only been wandering for less than a year.
What are you talking about?
He just smiles and then he says, besides, that's not what I'm referring to here.
Then what is the purpose of all this?
The purpose. It's for our ideal future, of course.
Our ideal future? What are you talking about? The ideal future that we want isn't done here. Do I have to repeat myself? You need that sort of thing. You need to do something like that. You need resources, power, wealth. Anyone who has all those things has no interest in changing the future. And even doing so, you can't do it. That one person can't change everything alone. And even if they did, the amount of sacrifices, there's nobody who could do that. Why pointlessly charge towards something you can't hope to achieve.
He lets you speak. Before he says, in an even lower voice, could it not? If it were you.
What?
You could do it, but not as you are now. Not as what you've been reduced to. That's only because you've not yet hatched and have crawled back into your cocoon.
What are you talking about? I hate when you do this! You stop talking in riddles. Talk to me!
Haven't you noticed something, Lord Leonis?
What?
You've started treating me as your old friend again. You've escaped the world of logic. But it's time for you to go back to the endless ice.
You. And Cain grabs the serpent by the collar and slams him against the wall, overcome with anger and frustration. You!
He puts a hand on yours, Lord Leonis, and he whispers in your ear as he says, "Know me if you want. But after we have achieved this ideal world of ours, my old friend, there's a method to achieve this. I know you know of the Golden Vows. Here are the coordinates to one located deep within L Corp's District 19.
And Cain's eyes are wide as her grip, which was so tight that her nails started to pierce her skin without meaning to, loosens, and she stumbles back. And something snaps. And that's that.
Absolutely. There is simply a pair of green eyes staring into your own. And I think, managers, that this is the perfect place to call our intermission. It is a bit earlier than usual, but I think this is a good place to take a break, shall we say, before we return in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the next portion of our session. And you four received an invitation to a party held in the Leonis family's honor. Nyx, or should I say, Lord Leonis, and Tala helped the three of you prepare and get outfits ready for this party. You would not be allowed to bring weapons or ego into this place. You all arrived and were greeted by various guests there, along with Mr. S, the host holding it in place of Lord Leonis. And so, as Nyx has gone off to confront Mr. S, I should ask what the rest of you would like to get up to.
I mean, I think that, you know, after Mix had gone off, I think that, you know, by now Meru has gotten pretty used to his outfit, you know, and he's, if you can't tell already, kind of gotten into all of this. I think he even, I imagine probably with Kai's encouragement, tried to eat a little bit of the food, have a drink. He probably even remembered at the last second from their practice that he has to put his pinky up, or he thinks he has to put his pinky up. He can't remember if it's you put your pinky up when you hold the plate or you put your pinky up when you drink the drink, so he guesses and hopes it's the drink. So, you know, he's been trying to get better with all of the eating stuff, you know, making some small steps in progress. But I think, you know, as the time goes on, I think Meru, he has been kind of quiet, you know, just kind of trying to take everything in, trying to absorb as much, you know, information from people watching as he can. And at one point, his eyes narrow in on something in particular. Let me ask a question. Are there people, I'm imagining it's a fancy party, are there people who are dancing?
Yes, there are absolutely people dancing. You can see that this couple over here is dancing. You can see that there is another couple with their daughter who seem to be dancing. There's other people who are just chatting with one another. You can see in the other halls as well, there are various couples or various groups of friends who seem to be dancing also.
Okay. So I think when Meru watches that, I think he gets an idea. And he glances from Kai to Prior, and then leans into to Kai and just kind of goes, Kai, do you mind if I snatch Prior away for a little bit? I know we aren't really supposed to split up, but we'd only be going down there. And he'll kind of nod instead of pointing, because he remembers reading that pointing is bad, it's rude, so he almost like goes to point and then puts his hand back down and just kind of like nods his head, and he goes, we're only gonna go down there, so you would be able to see us. I just have something I want to talk to him about, something I've been meaning to bring up. And there's a bit of a look in his eye that you can probably, I would imagine that Kai knows Meru enough to know that Meru probably has found something to be annoyed about with Prior, so it's probably best that Kai doesn't get involved with it.
Well, I'm glad I'm not in his shoes. Thank you for letting me know that you'll stay in my line of sight.
Yeah, we won't go anywhere. Not really. Just yeah. I'll come back after and we can resume this.
Of course. Say what you gotta say.
Oh, I will.
I'm sure.
And Meru will nod his head a few times, and then turn to make his way towards Pryor, which I don't know what Pryor is doing right now.
Currently, Pryor is he has stepped away from the buffet table for a little bit, and instead he is taking some time to. I don't know how else to describe it other than he is keeping watch. He's scanning the party and he seems to be trying to pick people out. Maybe he's just keeping an eye out, but you get more of a sense that he's probably trying to see if anyone here is going to cause him any problems.
Okay. Well, I think Meru will kind of walk up, not entirely behind Pryor, but like kind of like a little off to the side behind him. And he kind of puts his arms behind his back and kind of leans forward a little bit and looks up as he kind of like looks around and up at Pryor and just goes, "Hey, Pryor."
No. He sort of startles out of it for a minute and he turns around and smiles in that same plastic way he has all night. It's not a real smile. It's an expression he's worked very hard over the last few days to put on his face, and he goes, Meru? Merui? Merui?
No, the E is silent. That's the point. It's silent because it's fancy.
Quite. Can I help you?
Yes, you can. And again, Meru almost goes to point, and then he stops himself, and then just looks down to where the people are dancing, and he goes, "I want to go down there. Will you go with me? I said I was gonna try to do things just for fun. And I know back at that casino a while ago, you had me dance with you, but and he briefly glances away and he goes, I don't think I really got to appreciate that. So I want to go down there and I want you to come with me."
Pryor brightens up and he goes, "Oh, absolutely. I've been wanting to dance with you for a little bit, Meru, especially
Really?
when I got to see, well, yes. I mean, I got a chance to see the vibrant nature of your soul. I would be honored to have a chance to dance with you."
Okay. Meru doesn't know what the vibrant nature of a soul means, but he will accept it with a nod. It sounds nice. And there's like a moment where like he looks like he's like really relaxed, and then it's like he remembers a specific conversation. And then he straightens up again and he goes, "Well, let us head down then." And Mr. DM.
Yes.
Now, Meru has no high society.
No, you have no high society at all.
But I did say he had been doing a little bit of people watching. Would you allow me to make an intuition awareness roll to see if Meru can kind of look at what everyone is doing and kind of figure out how to copy them and kind of to keep up appearances, even if he doesn't actually know like the whys of why he's doing it, like just like the what of what he needs to do?
You know what? I will allow that. You can make an intuition awareness roll. However, it will be a different roll to see if you can actually replicate it.
That's fine. What's the challenge for the
It is
the
a
awareness
challenge 5.
5. Can I use my desperation?
You may use your desperation.
It's
if you
a
would like to
desperate
use
matter.
it here. It's a desperate matter.
Meru, listen, Meru is serious about this. Desperate times call for desperate measures, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Where's my... Let me put my core... There we go. I'll take a hit to my willpower. What's one hit, right? Okay. Awareness, intuition, +3, challenge 5?
I believe I said challenge 4.
Okay.
If I said challenge 5, it's now a challenge 4.
I'll take it.
You can go make that roll. 11 success
Yeah.
crit!
He's serious about this.
Okay.
Meru is serious.
You know what? With a crit, I'll let you add 2 dice to this next roll. I'm gonna need you to make a reflex performance check.
You know what?
You can add
This
2
is
dice to it.
perfect. This
Also,
is
because you
perfect.
crit, you won't knock into anyone. You won't accidentally barrel into the child who is dancing nearby.
Perfect. This is great because I actually have not an advantage, but kind of. What did you say? It was reflex performance?
Reflex performance, yes, with an
Now,
additional 2
normally-
dice.
Normally
There's
I
also
have 3
multiple
dice.
children in this room, so you won't barrel into any of the children in this
That's
room.
good. That's good. But Meru does have now a dot of performance because Meru has decided he is trying to have some fun in his life a little bit. He's trying. He's got 1 dot now.
Absolutely.
So I will make that roll and I will use desperation again.
No, you're welcome to, spend your sin and your desperation here. No, feel free.
Oh, yes. No, listen, I have stuff to spend. This is serious. Are you kidding? This might as well be life or death.
Absolutely. Let's see how your dancing is. You can make that roll.
What was the challenge again?
It is a challenge 4.
Okay.
That is 4 successes exactly.
A win is a win.
Meru, you're actually pretty good at this. As I imagine
Meru.
Meru. You're actually pretty good at this, as I imagine you're leading Prior in the dance.
Yeah, I think what he does, right, is that he scans the room, right? And so as they're heading down, he'll look at Prior and goes, "Okay, so here's what we got to do, right? So put your arm out,
Okay.
like elbow out, right? And I'm
Got it.
going to hold it here. I think what it is, I figured it out. The taller person puts their arm out as you walk down, and so we're gonna walk down, and then and as they walk down, Meru continues to instruct Prior on where to put his hands, and he goes, "I don't exactly know how to replicate entirely the they're going around, but just do your best."
Do my best. That is something I can try. Okay. Prior follows Meru's lead as best he can. Prior goes, "Is a very different kind of dancing than we did over in the web, but I guess you've already gotten the lay of the land."
I guess so. And there's a brief moment of silence as to ease into what he wants to talk about. First, he just goes, "So, how are you feeling about all this?"
Oh. A little bit like a whale out of water, as it were. I've obviously colluded with Nestborns before, but as I said, it was always on my terms and my turf. They came to me wanting something, not the other way around. And they never invited me to places like this. the nest was off limits even for men with power such as myself. But I didn't mind too much. I didn't want what they had in the nests. I wanted something different. Something I made with my own hands. And, though I do now admit that I didn't quite understand just how opulent it all was. Oh, and the outfits.
Wait. And Meru will get really quiet and he goes, "What does that mean?"
Oh, opulent means extravagantly wealthy looking.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he raises his voice again and he goes, "But certainly, everyone brought their best. I will say, though, I do think that you are among one of the best dressed guests here."
Right. And Meru seems to remember for a moment that what he's wearing, and he goes, "Yeah, Jackson certainly pulls out all the stops, if that's the phrase."
He nods his head and goes, "Still, even if it was Jackson's idea, it was Tala's hand. She's an exceptional seamstress."
That's true. I like her. She's not bad. It was good to talk to her. You know, I did talk to someone else recently.
No? Who?
And when Meru... It's not Meru at this point, it's Meru. When he looks at you, Prior, there is suddenly you see the eye you can see behind the little veil thing narrow just slightly, and you can feel like Meru's grip on you tighten a little bit as well, and he goes, "I talked to Berg recently."
Ah. I have as well. Glad he's doing well.
I bet you have talked to him recently.
Yes, I want to phone and check up on him, make sure he was doing all right.
Yeah, no, he seemed a decent bit bigger when I saw him. It was like a face kind of chat thing. You know, it was really interesting because I know he's probably still growing a little bit, but it wasn't like that.
Prior quirks his head to the side for a moment. The gears turn behind his head and he goes, "Oh, yes. Percy's augments. Yes, yes.
Augments is definitely a word to use for what she's been doing, isn't it?
The prototype 2.0.
I would like to call it experimentation.
The cutting edge of technology is always fraught with new and innovative ideas.
When he's not conscious for it.
Prior,
I think it's really interesting.
Percy used to really struggle with boundaries. I promise you that I had a long talking to. She never actually installed anything in Berg because I was there to stop her. It's just, it frightened the poor boy when he was younger.
Yeah. So much so that he's still kind of scared of her now. And it's just really interesting that he's got, what did he say? Thermal plating despite living in the South? Unnecessary for where he's living. I don't imagine you're planning on sending him up to District 25.
I don't plan on sending him anywhere near District 25, but...
Yeah, so it's interesting.
Prior's gaze, it doesn't harden, but there is just a flicker of something in it, of something very, very serious as he goes, "But Berg can make his own choices, and one day he might choose to put himself in a position where such precautions will prove beneficial to his survival."
And that is when he can make the decision, if he wants to to make additions to himself, because from what I hear, from what he's said, it seems like he's kind of just going along with whatever you, and when he says you can, Meru's been pretty good about like his steps, like, but you can feel him stepping on your foot. He goes, you are the one who's been kind of leading him towards this. It's not really as much your own choice when someone's egging you on. And I would like to remind you, Prior, he is my son too. I knew nothing about this.
I did not force Berg to do anything. That's not really in my power. I simply presented him with an opportunity to become what he always wanted to be, strong enough to take care of the people he cared about.
Right. You know, Prior, I really would hope that you understand. Because I can understand, at least. Just from what I've, seen from him since I've reunited with him, how much that boy takes your words as, like, it's not like if, who's someone I could say, if say he ever met Yuna and Yuna, like, suggested that it might be a good idea, he would, like, take that with, like, a normal consideration. He takes your words a lot higher than most people. So all I ask of you, at the very least, Prior, I would like to know what's going on with my son.
That is not a... That is not an unreasonable request.
Good.
I overstepped.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize for that.
Mm-hmm.
I needed Berg to fetch something for me, and I think perhaps with the threats we've been facing as of late, I figured it was as good a time as any to present him with the opportunity to get some new augments. If we were capable of being a threat to him, then I think it was time that he considered the fact that some of the threats we would go up against, that he might find himself mixed up in by his association with us. I can promise you I have no more augments I plan on installing or suggesting Berg install on himself.
Good. Good.
And if that changes, I will let you know.
Good. Let me just ask, just out of curiosity, does your daughter have a license to do any of this?
She abandoned her family name, but I promise you, her family in H Corp was, well, exceptionally good at what they did. And while she was raised to be nothing more than spare parts for that family, she inherited their special touch.
Okay.
I wouldn't let... I know at times I can be... perhaps a little aggressive in my pursuit of what I want, and that I can miss some of the details when I am taking action when I believe action must be taken. But I would not... That boy is my son too. I would not do anything to him if I truly believed it wasn't in his best interest.
So, okay. So allowing your daughter to send him death threats is in his best interest? Don't think I forgot about that.
Kept him away from the web, didn't it?
There are other ways than sending him literal death threats.
Have you met our son?
Yes, I have.
Do you think I haven't tried every other method? That boy would regularly, mind you, escape from the web and go running through the streets of Flavor, and I had to send people out to go find him. That boy has the survival instincts of... Honestly, I can't think of a living thing with worse survival instincts than our son. I've met mayflies better suited to preserving their lifespan than our son. I've met planted explosives with more self-preservation instinct.
All I'm saying, Prior, is that there has to be some other way that doesn't involve terrifying the boy to make him listen. I mean, he seemed pretty fine about listening just from... I remember the call. I remember I told him to stay, just made it sound like it wasn't something that he should feel like he has to find us about. And he seemed fine. I don't think the death threat is necessary.
Love is a positive emotion. Affection is a positive emotion. If you care for someone, you will do things for them even when they don't ask you. If you fear someone or something, that's a negative emotion. It will only make you do as they say. If Berg didn't go to the web out of love, I'm sure at one point or another he would have gotten it in his head that it was the best thing he could do for me to return and try and help. Fear kept him safe. Fear keeps people safe.
There's a long silence, as Meru just stares up at Prior, and he says, I know what it's like to do things out of fear, Prior. That is the last way that I want to live my life now. That is not the way I would like our son to live his life, doing things out of fear. So, guess that means you gotta figure out something else. I'll figure out something else for him.
Prior matches Meru's gaze, and something quivers, and he just closes his eyes with an exasperated, just defeated expression and goes, no more fear tactics. Fine. I just don't want the boy to... I don't ever... And he grips Meru's arms a little tighter, like he's holding something in them that isn't Meru, that's heavier, colder. I don't ever want to experience that again. Not in 100 lifetimes.
I know. I don't want to experience anything like the things I've experienced lately again.
Then I suppose, though, we have our own paths of reaching that same objective. We both want what's best for our son.
Yes.
Then I will try and abide by the agreement.
Thank you.
And so...
I only want him to live the best life possible.
That's all I've ever wanted for him too. So, I hope we can work together to make that happen.
Prior nods, and that's where I think Mr. DM and Prior kind of lets themselves fall back into silence.
Absolutely. do you two just continue to dance on the floor together for the next little while, I imagine?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I should ask, as some time passes, do either of you decide to go your own separate ways, or do you just continue here for a bit?
Prior is... You know what? I actually do have a question.
Absolutely.
I did see that statue earlier. Is there any other pieces of architecture in this building that catch Prior's eye?
Hey, Prior.
Hey, Cinephon.
When you're looking around, because you did catch that statue earlier, can you make me a sanity check?
Challenge?
The challenge is 10.
10?
Yes. Five successes. Prior. Something is off about that statue. Not necessarily that something is off about the statue itself. There is a moment. You know something. You know that man in the statue. There's something about the architecture here.
Prior looks around, and Meru, you feel his arms tense and then drop from you as he seems transfixed by the walls, and he just mutters, I've been in this room before.
What?
Prior doesn't speak to Meru, and he walks towards one of the walls and he runs his hands along it. But he can't pull a memory. Not just because he doesn't have Neo. It's like his arm is reaching into a hole in the wall in his mind, and he can't grasp something that's been taken. What happened in this room? What? Meru, could you cover me for a minute? I need to. I need to.
Yeah, sure.
I need... Something here might jog my memory. It's gotta still be in there. I've been here before. And Prior just keeps muttering to himself, a bit like a madman, as he, for the first time in a long time, tries to recall something he's forgotten.
As you do, Prior. Meru? You watch him wander out to the balcony, I imagine, Prior.
But the architecture takes him.
Wonderful. Do you do anything else, Meru, as you're left alone on the dance floor?
I mean, I think he watches Prior go. I think if it were for any other reason, he would be really annoyed that he was just left on the dance floor. But because, you know, after he had said his piece about Berg, he had calmed down, you know, normally. But I think Prior's reaction specifically, like, just confused / worried him enough to where he just watches Prior go with like his head tilts a little bit. No idea what he was just talking about. And I guess he probably should go mention this to Kai.
Absolutely.
So I think he'll just he'll head back to wherever anyone is if he can find them. I don't know where Kai is or what he's doing.
Unfortunately for you, Meru, you aren't able to find Kai at the moment.
Oh,
As I
Okay.
imagine, while you've been dancing, Kai's been up to his own things. And before we switch to you, Kai, all of you can gain a point of sin. As Kai, you've probably been, while they've been dancing, I imagine, handling, kind of just going through the floor, because you have, essentially, I imagine, at some point, the two of them got lost in the crowd, given the amount of guests here. And as you've been walking around, you also got a bit distracted as some of the guests have come up to you, given a certain passive of yours.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter how plain my outfit is if I'm naturally just so good looking.
Absolutely. There's a man over here who gives you a compliment and says, "You look rather beautiful." And there's many people who are fawning over you and who have basically come up to you to compliment you and to greet you, Kai. And as you're walking about, I would say Mix, or rather, Lord Leonis. This would be, I imagine, when you re-enter the main floor. If there is anyone
Yes.
you're looking for or anyone you would like to do.
Actually, perfectly enough, Kai's already there, so Mix will approach Kai.
Absolutely, Kai. Do you go to Mix?
Yes, Kai's eyes light up with recognition. He trusted Mix, this is in his own head. He trusted Mix to fend for herself, and be back, but it is just nice to get the confirmation as, yes, he will meet her halfway and try very hard to call her a name that he has not called her before. Kane, where have you been?
Kane looks around and she looks distant. And it's not that she hasn't ever been distant with you, but something's a little off, but it doesn't last for long. And she looks back at you, Kai, and says, actually, she looks around, sighs, and says, "Would you care for a dance?"
Are you leading this?
Yes, it's probably for the best.
Then sure. I don't know if Kai's the best dancer in the world, but he's done this enough times, and he has usually played the subservient role, so this should probably be more natural than leading.
Lord Leonis,
Yes.
can you make me a presence roll with performance? Or, yeah, I believe it would be a reflex or a presence performance roll to do this dance. You get an additional number of dice equal to your high society.
Do I have to roll as well, or just
Only Lord Leonis would need to roll for this case. However, you do actually have a dot in performance, so you can help Lord Leonis.
Yes.
Whereas Prior was unable to help Meru.
Yes, I will give a die to Kane.
Absolutely. So that should give you +4 dice to this roll. and it is a scaling difficulty, a base challenge 4.
All right. 4. Ooh. Willpower reroll down. Okay, well.
Hey, I'll let you do something. This normally doesn't work like this. However, I will say, given where you are, would you like to expend your luck of the butterfly here to reroll?
Oh. That's weird. Sure. I will take that.
Absolutely. Kai's dancing may suffer a little bit.
Oh. Oh, God. Well. There we go.
4 successes.
We'll roll that a little bit at least.
Kai,
Damn.
you will find yourself stumbling to keep up. And Lord Leonis, you can lead the dance here. Without, you're able to guide Kai and prevent him from stumbling into anyone, but you could for a moment feel as if your own body was failing to remember the moves before it almost seemed like something else was in control for a moment. And I will let you two do as you will.
Well, I think for what it's worth, Kai, you can tell that Mix is that she doesn't necessarily care about the dance so much. She's doing essentially the bare minimum. Like, it's enough that like it looks good, but like it's not anything impressive. Either way, she looks at you, and if you look a little confused, Kane says, "It's just I've had a few encounters with eager lords looking to wed off their daughters."
Oh, me too. Well, maybe not that part. Sorry, please continue.
She rolls her eyes at the thought of it and says, "Well, this should keep them off our backs for a bit. And I did want to talk to you about something else."
Have all my attention right now, so...
As they dance, Kane thinks to herself and says, "There was something you said to me a while ago. Do you remember when we were at the Fixer event?"
About as well as everything else. It gets a bit muddy, but... what of it?
And as you two are dancing and you ask that, Nix, hi, I need you to make an intuition awareness roll.
Sure thing. It really isn't uncommon for, you said intuition, sorry, awareness?
Yep, intuition awareness.
It really isn't all too uncommon for Mix to lose herself in thought. Kai's experienced it many times, and though he does try to read her, it's not the easiest for him. What is the challenge for this?
Absolutely. The challenge for this will be a challenge 4.
Right. Okay. I did use a point of sin for that.
Absolutely. 6 successes. Kai, you can see that it looks as if Mix has something to say to you, or rather, Lord Leonis has something to say to you. And it almost seems there's this hesitance, I imagine.
Shall I explain?
Yes, please, if you would like to describe what expression is on Lord Leonis's face.
I think, Kai, you read a... There's... She's... I think in Kane's face you sort of see... She is being inquisitive. She is trying to find something. She's trying to hear what you have to say so that from there she can make some sort of decision. What the nature of that decision is, you're not sure. But either way, Mix continues and says, do you remember the little fixer event we were at a while ago?
As well as all of the other times our lives have been threatened so far? Anything specific?
Do you remember when I snapped at Faye? You were upset.
It was uncalled for.
That was probably the most upset I've seen you. At least with me. You said that you appreciated more, you preferred the version of myself who followed my ideals and convictions over the version of myself that tried to conform with the city. Now, putting aside annoyances and the like, why?
Kai tries to keep up with the dance as he sort of scrunches his eyebrows together in thought. Annoyances aside, huh? I guess it's that you, have worn so many faces around me in the time that I've known you, and none of them, I feel, have been made for or good at conforming in the long term. Even if I haven't agreed with your leadership or your decisions a lot, and I think that your youth shows in your emotional responses. I do think that having an actual defined moral compass is something that you could excel in if you allowed yourself to be whatever person you really are consistently. I think that you are a leader, even if I have not always thought that your decisions were for the best of the group. I don't fall into that category, and I couldn't make a lot of the decisions that you've made one way or another. I could never say that I would do it better than you if I were in your shoes. If I were in charge of people, I couldn't handle it, and it isn't because of the pressure, it's because it's not my place, and I think it is yours. I'd rather someone who has any sort of backbone to be a leader than someone who conforms. So.
I wanted to conform because I thought that that was how the city has to be. I thought that in doing so, I would better understand the people around me, and maybe they could understand me in turn. Didn't really do me any good in the end. Kane looks at you fully, Kai, and says, I wanted to be someone that you could accept. Not necessarily just you, but I think in my head, in my mind, if you and the others could accept me despite such different backgrounds, then that's all I wanted. That's all I needed. That I just wanted attention and affection. But you were right. I can't do that. I just can't. And I hate that in a way because I wish I wasn't so different from you. I wish I could talk to you in a way that we could both understand. That we could share in experiences that weren't just through the past year. Not that I don't know you, that I don't understand some of why you are the person I see now, but I guess it feels a little lonely sometimes, thinking that Maybe that I'm the outsider in all this. I don't want to be isolated. You saw as much, she says, referencing her distortion.
I think you have found yourself in a very unique group of outcasts, and I am sorry that you feel othered within us. At the same time, we're not like anybody else. You know, you have your niche here, and the rest of us stick out like a sore thumb, even if I'm getting along okay. Life is lonely. I don't think it has to be for everyone. I'm sorry that I'm not someone that you... I'm sorry that we're not the most compatible for understanding one another. I just think that's how some people are built. I'm not for everybody, and neither are you, but I think that your headstrongness is a good thing, and I don't think that it will lead you to a lonely life if you just stick to something.
You know, for what it's worth, I think you don't give yourself enough credit. But Kane shrugs. Then again, knowing some of how you've lived your life, I really am in no position to say that. Well, as a pair of outcasts, I suppose, then I can take comfort in that. And she gives a small smile. Thanks, Kai. I know it's not always easy talking with me, but I appreciate the effort.
I appreciate the compliment, and I guess in return I should say, for what it's worth, this is one of the more pleasant conversations we've had.
Yeah. Good way to end things, and Mix will stop dancing. I have other business to attend to, but I will talk to you later. And as Kane steps back, she says, and thank you for telling me the truth back then. It helped me a lot.
Glad to hear it.
Well, good luck with the party. I need to go attend to other business and also see what our companions are up to. Hopefully nothing too rambunctious.
Well, last I saw, Mary and Prior were dancing with each other. And I do think that gives Kai some pause. If he and Mix are no longer dancing, he might try to train his eyes around to see if he can spot either of them, just for the sake of knowing they're okay and haven't gotten themselves into any trouble like Mix implied.
Absolutely. Kai, as you look around, I will not make you roll because you are not able to find them at this moment. The area that you all have gone to and danced around in, they are not, neither of them are in this current area. You may go searching for them if you'd so like, but it's going to take a little bit of time, I imagine, for you to stumble across either of them.
Well, Kai turns back to Mix. Best of luck with the matters that you have to attend to. I'm going to head back to the buffet area and see if I can get a better view of anyone.
Yeah. Maybe you can find Pryor over there too. And if you get any more proposals, again, you can just use my name and I'll back off.
That's flattering for the night.
Enjoy yourself. See you then. And Kane will step away.
And Kai, do you want to head back over to the buffet?
Yes. He is a little bit ashamed that, being courted by so many, suitors distracted him from watching, Meru and Pryor, to the extent that he kind of forgot that he was supposed to be watching them in the first place. Yes, Kai will head back over to the buffet and try to not pay attention as much when people come up and mingle.
Absolutely.
Mr. DM,
Yes.
may I go find Pryor?
I will say, just as I told Kai, you may absolutely go searching for him. But it's going to probably take a little bit to track him down as you're looking.
Oh, well, if it's going to take a while, then I think Mix is just going to go for a smoke break.
Oh, absolutely. Would you like to go outside for a smoke break instead of trying to, like, investigate to try to
Fuck
track
that.
him down?
Look,
Absolutely.
Pryor, I love you. Mix, Kane, needs her ciggies.
Well, Mix. You go outside to the balcony, right? That's the only place you can go outside to reach the docks and the party boat. Out back. By the beach. And I have good news for you. Because as you go outside, a certain someone else also did go outside. So as you are going to take a smoke break, you do happen to find Pryor staring off into the sunset.
Ooh. Mr. Pryor. Well, if Pryor's alright with it, Kane will go ahead and approach and call out to Pryor.
There is a moment where Pryor doesn't respond. He seems frozen, his mind racing, and when he turns, his pupils are actually a little bit dilated. But as he seems to look at you, familiarity and unfamiliarity seem to swim in his gaze for a second before he shakes his head and he goes, Lord Leonis, are you enjoying this party in your honor?
Kane shrugs as she walks over and leans against the balcony. As much as I can. Fought off some suitors just a moment ago by dancing with Kai. And I heard that you were dancing with Meru. So, honestly, I was looking for you for a moment, and then I decided to give up and go outside over here for a smoke, and, well, found you here.
The Leonises were blessed with incredibly good luck. I think I heard that once years ago.
Perhaps.
Didn't put two and two together, it was your family.
Perhaps so. Would you like to partake? I could call a butler over if you desire one of your own, as Kane lights a cigarette.
I'm not as immortal as I once was, so I think I'll pass. Some indulgences lose their charm once you come face to face with certain things.
I suppose so, although you're missing out. The cigars they have here are of a quite excellent quality, although I prefer... for some reason, I prefer the taste of convenience store cigarettes to them.
Sometimes luxury is just a name on the box. The finer things in life are found elsewhere. How do you stand being around all these people? How did you stand it for years? Vapid, pointless, wasting luxury. All these resources, all this potential gathered in one place, drinking it away, gambling it away, charming it away with schmoozing words. Every person here has so much power. Complete and utter lack of drive to do anything with it.
I survived by adapting to circumstances around me, but it wasn't easy. Nestborns are so used to turning others into either numbers on a spreadsheet or simply shells that walk around and do your bidding when you ask them to. Honestly, it helped that I was so different. I wasn't bullied because of my father, but they left me alone more often than not growing up. The only people I really had interactions with were the butlers or my older brother. And, well, my older brother despised this life, like I told you.
He never talked much about his past, so it makes sense. Had a feeling he was running away from it all. No, maybe not running. Sounds like he was killing it. Killing his past and trying to be someone new.
In some ways, he was always proud of half of where we came from. My mother. It was father that he so despised. And I think it was part of that that led him to be who he is now. And how he was around me. He always tried to make sure to let me know that I didn't need to act like the others. And my mother, well... And you see Kane's eyes soften as she looks across the balcony. I don't remember her very well. She passed when I was young. I have some memories, but not many. She was a kind woman, from what I remember. And, as I've told you before, she wasn't a nestborn. She came from outside.
Outside the nest.
The outskirts.
Prior does a double take. Your mother was a... Your mother... He is very, very careful with his next words, as this is still technically the Lady Leonis he is talking about, and goes, I can imagine high society didn't take too kindly to that. Everyone I've ever heard of from the outskirts is... I mean, I've never met anyone from there. I know that there are people, if you can call them that, living out there, but everyone who has any chance of survival fled to the, well, anyone who wished to survive was in the city.
Indeed. I don't know how they met or how they were wed. I just know that that's why she was so different. She loved me, I think. It's just so blurry, I guess. Although, what I do know about her, most of it came from Abel. Stories he'd tell about her. She was a wonderful cook, but apparently quite the slob when it came to cleanliness, always leaving things around.
Well, I suppose we can't choose who we fall in love with. I wonder how your father even met a woman like that.
Enough about my past. I had a question for you, Briar.
He seems to take a long, deep sigh, and you can see his eyes flicker to the cigarettes and temptation itch on his face for a moment before he shakes off the thought and goes, "Of course. Consider me an open book."
Remember... Oh, do you remember? Of course you do. Remember when this all started? When Ange initiated the meltdown? The 5th trumpet?
That is a day, even though I have lost many of my gifts, will be burnt into my mind in every minute detail down to the second.
I ask you that because there was something you said to me that day. You said that back when I was trying to convince you all to leave the facility, you said that you three would go on and that it was fine that I left with everyone else. That I was different. That I could do something, be someone. I've come to know you very well, Prior. And although I know you may balk at this, I think we both know it's true. While you do tend to say things to increase your rapport with others.
Guilty, Pryor says. For once, he actually genuinely seems to be a bit of an open book, and he says it with the ease of someone admitting a simple truth.
It was not one of those cases. You had nothing to gain, and even though you had the ability that I know you do now, you still would have been trapped and most likely perished. It would have all been over. So then why did you tell me that? What was the reason for all that? If not for your own gain, then why?
Pryor looks back out at the water, drums his fingers along the balcony edge. We love to make light of my experience, let us say. But there is no denying that despite Despite everything, I have seen an awful lot, Lord Leonis. I've seen a lot of people. I've seen a lot of attempts. If I can be a little philosophical, I've glimpsed into a number of people's souls over my life. When you've cared for as many people as I have, when you've watched as many families grow and die and their children come up, watched lessons passed down from parent to child, and then those children take those lessons in their own way, you come to understand that there's something deeper inside of people. Something some possess and others don't. Call it a spark, call it a gumption, a drive, ambition, whatever you call it. It's that annoying little piece of ourselves that we can never kill. Possessed by everyone who looks at this city and sees something broken about it. You and I agree on a lot of things, Lord Leonis. You and I agree in the ways the city are broken, in many respects how the city is broken. We agree on what needs to change about the city. We agree on everything except what is to be done with the city. But I don't hold that against you. I don't now, and I didn't back then. I was used for the longest time of being the only person I knew who I thought could possess that spark. I thought I was the only man in the city who dared to dream. Dream of something other than the cruelty and harm that befell this place. Compared to myself, most people in the city think too small. You were the first person I ever met who I would earnestly say thought too big. It was quite the unusual shock. I am an idealist, but I am also tempered over years of having my ambitions shaken to be a realist. Back then, you were not as weathered as I was. Don't get me wrong, I think in time you will come to understand that you simply lack the resources, the will to change the city in the way you want to. The amount of harm that would have to befall the world to see the consequences you dream of is vast, and you are unwilling to compromise in causing that harm. Something I made my peace with a long time ago. But still, I am happy to meet someone who has that spark. And I think it would be a terrible thing for you to lose it, Lord Leonis. Because the more people like us there are in the city, even if we will eventually butt heads and our visions of the city will clash, you and I are still of a different breed than the majority of people who have no ambition, who will do nothing to make the city better, and will change nothing about the comfortable lives they live, even the terrible, destitute, horrible lives they lived, if it would mean that they might have to give out an ounce of comfort to someone else. People like you and me are different. You are different to me. You have not been broken. I think I put myself back together better than most. But perhaps because your dreams are bigger than mine, I respect you in a way I don't respect most. Does that answer your question, Lord Leonis?
I think so. You're such
Now, don't get me wrong.
You're such a narcissist.
You have to be. You have to be, Lord Leonis. If you don't think highly of yourself in the city, no one's going to think highly of you either. If you want to change the world, if you want to change the world, self-doubt cannot be a part of your vocabulary. Disregard all the terrible things I've done, all the horrible things I say, all the tragedies that have befallen both by my explicit decision and by the consequences of my ignorance. And at the end of the day, you have a question to ask. Are you happy with the city you live in? Are you? Do you love this, Lord Leonis?
I love its people.
People will stop at nothing to break you for that. You will be called so many terrible things just for dreaming of something slightly better than what is. My advice: be a narcissist. Take comfort in your own dreams and ambitions. No one's going to coddle you and tell you that your dreams are going to come true. No one's going to hold you and say, I believe in you. You were right the whole time. You are going to have to spend your entire life being called a monster for daring to break from the mold. And you have a choice. You can back out and become another child of the city, or you can step forward and brave all the terrible things they'll say, because you, and he will poke Kane directly in the center of her chest, you believe in yourself. Narcissism is the first step. What you do after that is all up to you.
And when he says that, I should ask, how do you respond, Lord Leonis?
Sorry, Kane was thinking for a bit, and I think Kane takes a moment and then says, I think what I'll do now is finish my smoke break, and she will put out the remainder of her cigarette onto a nearby ashtray. Enlightening conversation.
It often is when we talk. I always learn something. If not about you, certainly about myself, because after all, I am a narcissist.
Well, that being said, I must take my leave. I'm going to look for Meru and see if I can find out what he's up to. And
Hey.
then... Yes.
Did you know me?
No, Prior. I never knew you.
Why? Well, that's that then. You should
And-
go find her. I have my own investigation to do.
Be careful. Once again, my name can get you out of trouble, but there's a limit to how much they'll tolerate.
I feel like I'm losing my mind a little bit, but I will. It's fine. No one here's pissed me off that much.
And I hope that stays that way for your sake. Well then. It was good. Well, it lasted, Briar. I'll talk to you later.
Until next time, Lord Leonis. Until next time. Why have I said that before? Why have I said that before? Think, Brian, think. And he stands over the edge of the balcony, muttering to himself why so many of these things he's saying and doing feel like his skin has done them before, even if his brain can't catch up.
Absolutely. Lord Leonis, you're able to go back inside. And we shall resolve whether you're able to find Meru soon, or Meru, rather. And as the sun dips below the horizon, and the party continues. Hey, Prior. When
Hello,
Nix
Senna.
head back inside. Hello. Hello, Prior. There's a couple of guests around. Perhaps a few fixers from the same office who seem to be by you. One of them looks to be on the younger side and can't be older than 13. And there's an older woman boasting of her achievements. And among the boasts, Prior, you become highly aware that this fixer, because she must be a fixer from what she's talking about, is both incredibly experienced and has a strong grudge against the Fingers. Now more than ever, however, Prior, you are aware that no one here has a weapon, and so you can say whatever you would like.
Oh. Okay. Prior's in a bit of a foul mood, and he knows better than to start a fight. So may I make a persuasion roll to try and undercut this woman's boast?
Oh, absolutely, Prior. Would you like to try to undercut this woman's boast? Would you like to?
Oh, I'd absolutely love to. This is my area of expertise. This is the kind of high class society shit that's on Prior's radar. Prior loves making a fool of fixers.
Absolutely. Okay, that's gonna be a presence persuasion then, Prior.
Absolutely. Scaling difficulty?
It is scaling difficulty, but it is set at challenge 5.
Okay. I will push this result with affinity, or rather, with sin.
That's a 7
And I am
success crit.
definitely gonna sanity reroll. 8 successes.
8 success crit. So Prior, this fixer has a lot of attention in the room, boasting of her accomplishments. What would you like to say? What would you like to express?
Oh, Prior slides into the conversation with all the grace and stealth that he once held as a big brother of the middle. And he's tactical, he's tactile. He knows fixers can't help themselves, but occasionally tell their tales a little tall. And he waits until there's a moment, plays his silence rather well, and only butts in when he exactly recognizes a detail that might not be exactly accurate to latch in on and go, well, come now. isn't it a little unbecoming of a fixer to not tell it exactly how it happened? You know, all I know is from what I've heard from the middle, but I think it went something a little more like this as he goes to spin his own slightly tall tale of what happened.
Absolutely. Prior, the entire room's attention is on you. And you can see that there are butlers gathered about in the room. And Prior, the last thing that you see before the butlers have to descend to split you two apart is, oh God, does that child have a weapon? And the fact that this woman is coming at you when the butlers almost seem to know this was going to happen. And in the chaos, as you provoked her, Mr. S is going to take his leave.
Absolutely worth it. Prior will take every opportunity
Oh my
to
god.
Listen, God, heaven forbid, he as Prior completely innocently provokes these fixers. You actually hear him laughing. Real, honest, deep, big brother Prior laughing. Ow!
And as Prior makes a bit of a scene over on the balcony, Mix, our lordly
Yes.
Miss Ratter, at this point in the night, I'm going to say that you are able to find Maru.
Yay.
And Maru, what have you been up to?
Yes, Meru has been, searching for someone that he recognizes. First it was Kai, but then he couldn't find Kai. There's a lot of people around, so he was looking for maybe for Mix. Couldn't find Mix. It was like, oh, should I go back to Prior? But then kind of forgot where Prior was. And then I think he was like he was like, maybe he was looking at something about the walls or something like that. And so you see he's trying his best to look composed while you can see the brief flashing of the visible horn that you can tell is when Meru's trying to take in information. So you can probably intuit that he's looking for you guys.
Maru.
Kane, I was looking for you. Prior was acting really weird all of a sudden.
I saw. I actually.
Oh,
just
you
spoke
saw
to
him. Oh, okay. Is he good? He was speaking really weird.
He was certainly acting strange, but I don't think it was any cause for alarm. I think.
Okay. And Meru only looks half convinced. But
And
he'll
if you're
nod
looking-
anyway.
And if you're looking for Kai, he's over by the buffet table.
Oh, that's where I thought he was before. I didn't circle back around. I was looking for him and then he was gone. But I guess I should have stayed put instead of walking around. But at least I found you. Or you found me, I guess.
How are you doing? You doing okay?
Yeah, yes. It's definitely, different.
Culture shock?
A bit. I'm trying to, not focus too much on how different it is and just consider it a job, because we do tons of different things that I'm not used to for jobs. I don't exactly have a lot of life experience outside of our work and my home. So a lot of things are really new for me. I am learning to be good at adaptation.
Well, I think you're blending in quite well for what it's worth.
Thank you. I think the outfit is half the battle. If I just don't open my mouth, it's pretty easy.
You do look good. You do look good.
Thanks.
I'm not used to seeing you all dolled up like this.
I'm not used to being all, what did you say, dolled up? I'm not used to
Yeah.
it either. I feel almost overdressed, but I guess some of the people here are also pretty dressed up too. So I
Mhm.
guess it's fine.
Well, there was a woman over there earlier who had a skirt entirely made of belts, so I don't think...
Wow. That must not be comfortable.
I doubt it, but it's all about fashion.
I guess. At least I can move in this thing, and he points at the corset thing and goes, "This is a little uncomfortable, but I've gotten used to it. So it's manageable for sure." And I figured out how to, and he points up at the prosthetic horn. He goes, "I figured out how to change the color. So, at least that doesn't stand out like a sore thumb."
That's good. I do like you in white. I think it looks good on you.
It's hard to keep clean, I think. So,
Hmm.
but it's fine
That
for
is
tonight,
true.
I guess.
You should all keep your clothes when we're done.
Well, I think that was definitely the intention with mine, at least. I don't know when I'd ever wear it again, but I'll probably keep it. How have you been doing?
Just mingling with high society, so not great, but
Doesn't
I'm
seem.
surviving.
Yeah, it doesn't seem fun.
Whenever I had to deal with parties, if I was able to, I'd always run off with my best friend, with Alyosha. We'd go off and just mess around or play. It was more interesting than having to sit with a bunch of old men and women, talk about things I didn't understand because I was too little to.
I mean, I don't blame you. I probably would have done the same thing. I mean, not now, like when I was a kid. So, I definitely don't blame you there. But as long as everything's going all right, that's what matters, I guess. Were you just looking to touch base, or?
I guess I just wanted to talk. We had a conversation after everything. I just wanted to ask you your thoughts on something I'd been thinking about.
Okay, I can certainly do my best to answer.
Mix, or Kane guides Meru over to just near one of the walls away from all the hustle and bustle. And she looks over the ballroom and says, my dream's always been that everyone could be happy, Ever since I was little, I always wanted the city to be like my stories, Everybody could do whatever they wanted, and they could be free and happy, and there were no wings or syndicates to tell them otherwise.
All right. I mean, I definitely wasn't told the same kinds of stories you were told growing up, but I do know a thing or two about, wanting to dream for a better future, I guess.
Jackson, right?
Yeah, I mean, my pack, Jackson, when he would always speak back then about what the future could be, he said it was something that could be truly beautiful. I don't remember exactly what the two of you spoke about during his spar, you could call it, but I think more people in the city want the same thing than someone might realize. I mean, I wanted that beautiful future. And I know even Vienna did too, once upon a time. But her hope was snuffed out too early because she had no one to believe in. And I guess mine eventually was too. Just for a while, but and Meru will sigh, and he looks at Mix and goes, "Why are you bringing that up now?"
I'm thinking about things, I guess. About what I want. Where I want to go. What I want to do.
Does that make sense?
I do think you're right. More people. If you told people that there was a better future for them, there'd be very few people who would say no to that, but...
I mean, most people want... I can't imagine many people who don't want their future to be better.
But the issue is that there's nobody who is powerful enough or who has the ability really to do things. I think that's what frustrated me with Jackson.
From what I remember of everything that happened that day, I think that I think Jackson's idea of what a beautiful future is probably similar to what yours is, probably similar to a lot of people. It's just, how do I put it? There are way less people that are willing to put in the work to make the change that people like me want. And I think even less share the same methods. A lot of things don't get done because a lot of the people who have any kind of ability to make any kind of change, they struggle to get along with each other, to put it lightly.
I think, really, more accurately, those people are rare.
Well,
Someone
yes.
who really wants to change things and makes the city a better place and who has the ability to. They're rare, Meru.
Yeah.
That's why I was so dissatisfied. For a moment I thought Jackson could be that person. Kane shakes her head.
I mean...
It wasn't the change I wanted.
And that's
but I
what
don't
I'm
think he's
talking about.
wrong.
Hmm?
I don't think he's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, flip it from his perspective, you probably weren't what he was looking for either. That's what I mean. The people who might have the ability to do something, they tend to not get along with each other. Makes it hard when you can't see fully eye to eye with one of the only other people who can actually help you. I know for myself, I'm not exactly... It's not that I don't want to make that future happen, right? It's not that. It's just, I really want to continue hoping that things can change and be better. I want my own life to get better, but with me, and there's a pause, and there's a bit of a shift in Meru's expression as he looks at Kane. And very seriously, he says, I don't know if I'm going to even get to live to see it happen, Kane. I think my contract will end and that final bullet will shoot through me before I get to see anything of significance. But I don't want to die before I get to see all of you change for the better. Prior, Kai, and you too, Kane. I know we've talked about how we've struggled with our relationship, but I have seen you in a number of different worlds, Kane, when I look through that pendant. I want to see you change and grow. I do. And if the way you change is something that makes the city a better place, I want to see that. I don't know how much of it I'll get to see, but I hope that I can see some of it.
Yeah. Let me tell you a story. When I was little, I had this dream. In it, there was a world. It was desolate. Nothing grew there. Everything was dead. I wandered that world for a long, long time. And after some time, I finally found someone there. This person, even living in a desolate world, even though the world was dying, even though there was nothing around them but a vast emptiness, they were happy. They loved the world. They loved the world they lived in. It was their home. And then I realized my purpose. My purpose is to destroy that world, to tear it down, so that something new can grow there. I know this. I know that's what I'm supposed to do. But even so, the person I found, they begged me not to. They asked me to leave the world alone as it is. That it should stay the way it is. And my heart breaks. Because I know what I have to do. I know I have to destroy the world to bring about something new. And so as I prepare to destroy it, a person begs and cries. Their cries get louder and louder. But I have to do this, don't I? I have to destroy it all. Or else nothing new will grow there. And in that moment, I hate whoever made the world. I hate them for making a world where people can't live, where it's surrounded by death. And I hate them for making a world that someone could love. So, all of that sorrow and rage, right before I can destroy the world, I wake up. Tears falling down my face. And I can never remember what I do. Whether I destroyed the world, or if I left it for that one person who loves it so dearly.
Meru has been listening with a bit of a confused and kind of conflicted expression in his visible eye, as he's trying to make sense exactly of what he's being told. Like how much of this is just some story, and how much of this is something that he should be paying a lot more, what's the right word for this? It's not pay more attention, because he was paying attention, but to think about a bit more deeply in the current moment, and he'll tilt his head a little bit, and just say, I mean, Kane, I don't... If you're asking me which option would have been the better one for you to have chosen in this story, I can't exactly say. I am the right person to answer. I mean,
No, I didn't need I didn't need you to condone or condemn. I just wanted to tell someone.
Hmm.
Being more honest
see.
with each other now, aren't we?
Yes, that is true.
Well, and besides, I don't even know which one I think is right even now.
Hmm. I mean, I would have what I'm, I guess, partial to, but I've never exactly, I think never really wanted to be a leader type, to really make those kinds of decisions. I'm more the kind of person who, if someone else tells me something that I think makes sense, I'm willing to do everything I can to stand by them and what they want. But I just don't like the pressure, I guess.
Well, that's enough of that. Mix will push off the wall. I have some other things to do now, but thank you for listening to me.
Well, I'm always willing to lend an ear, even if I'm not always the greatest at figuring out solutions.
As Kane starts to step away, she stops and looks back and says, Meru,
Yes?
you're the only person I've ever told that dream to.
I will try to not forget it then.
And for a moment, Kane thinks to ask, do you know why? And then decides against it, and she nods and smiles and says, that was fun. I'll talk to you later.
Right. I guess I'll go back and find Kai then.
And Mix will step away.
Absolutely. Mix, you can step away. All of you can gain a sin point from affinity. And at this point in the night, as more guests have been filtering out, I will say, Meru, you are able to find Kai. If either of you want to share any words or have any discussion with one another.
Yeah, I think once Meru finds Kai, he perks up a bit and doesn't run, because that's impolite. That is not fancy of him to go running around this party, but he will briskly walk to Kai and just kind of just be like, you weren't there when I was looking for you before. I think I've walked around this whole place.
Meru.
Meru.
Meru. I'm sorry. I looked away for 5 minutes. I had a couple of people talking to me, and you were out of my line of sight, and I went back to the buffet thinking that maybe I could get a better bird's eye view of you two from there, and I couldn't, and I've been looking ever since, and I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just didn't know where you were. You know, typically when we can't find someone, something bad happens. So I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure I could find everyone. Seems like everyone's okay. Pryor was being weird, but he's always weird. So I don't know. It was a different kind of weird though. I don't know. Nothing, I guess, to really Kane said to not worry about it. So but that's fine. We can just spend some time together then. And I guess wait for the others.
Well, if we're spending some time together, you've already danced with Pryor, and I don't know if you've seen Mix around, but or wait, no, you have. Oh God, Kane.
Kane, yes.
Kane. I had danced with Kane before. Would you care?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, we should. And you can tell Meru must have when he even despite the whole conversation he had with Pryor, you can tell he must have enjoyed the dancing. And so he's like that it would look awkward.
Of course.
If he was just standing around because we already ate, and I'm worried that if I try to eat more, I'm going to get sick, and that would be very not fancy.
No, that wouldn't be.
That'd be very.
That would not be
unfancy.
fun.
So we should dance and wait for the others. And don't worry, I'm not going to step on your feet.
Well, thank you. Do you have a preference for leading, or would you like me to?
You can.
All right.
Hey, Kai, can you roll this time a
Yes.
reflex or presence performance, and you can add your beautiful.
That is. Sorry, beautiful is just one die, right?
I believe it's 2 die.
Or it's two. It's two. Yay. Okay. Do I get another die from the high society or no?
You know what? I will give it to you because it's high society dancing. You can get a bonus die from high society.
Cool. I will take what I can get. And I'll even use a point of sin. You said the challenge was 4 or 5?
4 for dancing.
4.
You
Okay.
see that there's a couple other couples dancing over here. There's, it looks like a pair of friends dancing. You all swear there's a very familiar looking fixer in the crowd.
I'm actually gonna. I know I succeeded, but I'm gonna re-roll that just to see if I can.
Spend a point of sanity?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
6 successes. Kai, you're able to lead Meru in a dance.
Meru.
Meru, my apologies. And unless you two have anything to discuss while you are dancing together.
I don't think so. I think it's probably, if anything, it's just like casual like chatter. You can tell that whatever worry that Meru had from his past conversations with the others seems to at least be put in the back of his mind for now. And he seems to be enjoying himself.
Absolutely. And as you're enjoying yourself, there is a commotion on the balcony.
Oh, come on.
You can see that the butlers who are in here are moving through the crowd with ease. And from the balcony itself, you can see Pryor running into the room.
Oh no.
I hate children. It's on site, I swear. Little
What are you doing?
thief. Nothing. I had a fixers. Despite their noble appearance, are all the same. Violent brutes the moment that you question them.
I thought we were told not to approach anyone.
I approached no one. I simply corrected someone on a story.
So you approached someone. That's what that means. You know what? I'm not the one who should be coaching you on words.
The butlers were very reactive. I wasn't actually harmed in any conceivable way, and they let me go without any issue because I was completely in my just right.
Okay, I'm sure that's what that was.
We try not to draw any more attention to ourselves.
Yeah, you broke like one of the only like 500 rules we had.
Mr. DM.
Absolutely. As these three are bickering, what is it, Mix? Or Lord Leonis, I should say.
Can Mix send a message to the managers? She'll be late as she is busy with some other matters she's dealing with.
Absolutely. You may send that message off to the three of them. And managers, you may discuss things as you will. The situation's under control. The butlers were eerily prepared that they moved the moment things happened and were able to calm things down, shall we say. And they have assured you all that things are being taken care of. There was only a bit of property damage at most and a bit of a commotion.
Either way, listen. Honestly, I will say this night was not at all unpleasant. I actually had quite the good time. I got through some dancing, had to chance to go clear my head. I think it might have just been a case of deja vu. I've been to places like this before, and my mind must just be playing tricks on me.
I mean, if you're sure, you definitely... I mean, you left me on the dance floor. That's not very fancy of you.
I'm very sorry.
Kai wouldn't do that
just...
to me.
I would not.
Kai,
do that
of course,
to
Kai
you.
wouldn't. Kai would never do that to anyone. You would never do that.
But you would.
Thank you.
Pryor doesn't contest that statement, but he tries to move on as he goes, I apologize. I was swept up.
It's fine. You get a pass this time.
Thank you. I just had the worst feeling in the back of my head that I was missing something. But doesn't appear to have been anything. Nothing else here is giving me that same sensation. So I think we should probably try and find Lord Leonis and start to discuss when we're taking our leave from this shindig.
Well, he said he was busy. Kane did, right? In that message?
Pryor has not checked his device the entire time he's been here at the party.
Shoot. It may be impolite for me to have this thing on vibrate, but
No, don't worry. I'm just really bad at checking my messages when I'm occupied. What exactly? Oh. I suppose whenever Lord Leonis is done, they'll come and collect us, and we can finally be out of this. I wonder... That Mr. S guy gave you all the heebie-jeebies too, right?
Yeah.
Rich people are eccentric.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like a lot of people here have kind of given me a weird vibe, but that person specifically, I don't know what it was, definitely was weird, but it might not be a good idea to speak too much out loud about that. Might
We are
not
in
be very
bad
fancy of us.
Prior has been so well behaved, but the big brother in him is beginning to come out. You can sense his leg is like tapping, and like that plastic smile is beginning to melt like you've left it on the baseboard for too long. Like he looks like he's about ready to suplex someone, even though Prior cannot suplex anyone anymore. He looks like this amount of time holding in the fact that he has no power and can't actually do anything to assert his authority over anyone is really starting to get to him. It's an itch in his foot.
Hey, Prior?
Yeah?
I understand that we are not in our usual attire and you've gone through some changes recently. I guess that's a weird way to word it. What if I fetched you a glass of champagne? Do you think that could calm your nerves a bit?
It sounds lovely right now, Kai. Thank you very much.
Would you care
I just
for
need
one,
something
Meru?
to occupy my hands.
I don't know if I've had champagne before. I've had other drinks. I don't know if I've had champagne.
I'll get you one that tastes fruity. It's not... I think you'll be okay. It's bubbly. You might like it. You can sip on it if you don't. It's just nice to hold.
Okay, I can do that.
Kai will look around for a wandering butler who might have a tray of champagne flutes to grab some off to get back to Meru and Prior quickly.
Absolutely. You do see a butler who is around here and can give you that, Kai.
Right?
I will let you know, Kai. As the butler hands it off to you, you've noticed there have been less butlers around as the night has gone on. It's not very noticeable because the butlers are sort of blended into the party, but you do notice that the later the night grows, the less and less butlers seem to be among the guests here.
Is this something only I've noticed?
This is something anyone with at least 3 dots of awareness will have noticed. So Meru will also have noticed this. Prior has absolutely no clue that there are less and less butlers as the night goes on.
Nope.
Actually, Meru,
Alright.
with 5 dots. I will give
You mean Meru?
Meru, my apologies. I will let you know, with 5 dots of awareness, you've noted that the butlers have been leaving, not out the front entrance. They've just seeming to be slipping away as the night pursues. And that is all.
That is odd.
When Kai makes his way back to the others and hands off the champagne flutes, I don't think we'll get too specific, but he will say, have either of you two noticed that some sects of the crowd have thinned out a bit? There's something going on that we don't know about?
Yeah, they're and Meru will lower his voice so hopefully only the two of them can hear, and he'll just say, they've been going out that way. I don't know why. I did notice that though. Very. I don't know if that's weird. I've never been to a party like this before. Maybe that's normal. Maybe that's what butlers do. I don't know.
When I catered, we'd go in like the kitchen, but I usually you'd come out rather quickly afterwards. I don't think I've seen anyone return.
I don't know what's here. I don't know. I mean, I do. I'm fancy. I know this stuff.
Hi. You're the only person here who can make this roll, because you're the only person with at least a dot of high society. Can you make me an understanding high society? You can add working class to it, but this is going to be a challenge 5.
Oh god, okay. No, this is a hard roll for me. Working class is okay. I'm gonna have to push for this.
You can absolutely spend a point of sin.
Hang on. It's a 50-50.
4 successes.
Yep.
5 successes.
Yep.
You do know, I also did forget to mention earlier, affinity was redeemed, so you all do get an additional sin point. You have worked before, catering, various jobs. You've never been the one being waited on, but you've been the one doing the waiting and the cleaning. And you know that usually, I mean, it could just be that their shifts are over because it's a rather long party. Maybe it's some of the earlier ones, but it is odd, their behavior. You'd expect them to come back after maybe a break, and it also seems strange to, especially for a 6-hour party, to have like multiple shifts in the same party. It seems more that whatever is happening seems to be something that they've likely been ordered or told to do. Their behavior is that of those who are behaving as they have been told to behave.
Yes, Kai will say, based on your observation, thank you, Maru. I do think this may be something specific planned, though I can't say what the intent is. If we try to figure anything out, I fear we'd be in more trouble than we would be if we just pretended we didn't realize.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna try to follow them or anything. Definitely not. And Maru will look down at the drink he was given, and he'll take like the smallest like sip of it, but he'll be like, maybe I'll just hold on to this for now. Drinks like this don't always mesh well with my prosthetics. And I probably will want to stay as functioning as possible. I don't know what these drinks are like. They're probably not anything crazy, but you never know.
I understand. It's fashionable to hold a flute of champagne.
It is. I'll just be fancy while I do it.
Now I should ask you, managers, a couple of questions. My first question is, how long are you all going to wait? It's probably now around, I'd say, 8 p.m., 8:30. It's been a couple hours. The sun has set at this point in time. You're all inside the manor still.
How long has it been since the last time we've seen Mix? Did you say a couple hours?
No.
Or
It's
just
been a couple hours
since
since
the
the party began. Since you've seen Mix, it's probably been about an hour or so since she said that she had things to take care of.
I mean,
That is a little unusual.
I feel like after like 45 minutes to an hour, at the very least, they've been like, let's walk and talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To like casually look around without like being like, we're on the hunt, you know?
We're slowly, I'd say, like it looks like we're perusing, but we're actually like patrolling the perimeter.
Yeah.
It's, you know, we're not trying to disturb anyone. We're keeping a low profile. but we're still not seeing Kane.
Yeah,
I think.
absolutely. But yeah, as you're all patrolling, you don't see any sight of Lord Leonis. You're all able to mingle a bit more, though I imagine you're all kind of keeping mingling to a minimum. Correct me if wrong, but given
Yeah.
things from before,
I mean, Maru's not talking to anyone who's not the two of them.
wonderful.
If Kai's getting approached, but yeah, minimal.
Absolutely. A couple more hours will pass as the night goes on, unless there's something any of you would like to do.
Briar doesn't really have much to do at the party. I guess there's no way I'm gonna be able to reattempt that willpower roll, I suppose.
No.
Is there
Pryor.
anything Prior? Yeah, is there? I'm trying to think if there's anything else he can even do. I think Prior just. I think Prior is going to sort of just stick close to Kai and Meru, and he'll send Mix a message. I think that just goes like, waiting on you.
Nix, do you respond?
There is no response.
Wonderful. You do not get a response from Lord Leonis.
That fills me with confidence.
Would you all like to continue to wait around until the end of the party? Or is there anything else you all would like to do?
I don't think there's anything else we can do. I can't think of anything else that we can do.
Yeah.
We tried contacting Mix. We've tried looking around.
We could get drunk.
You could get drunk!
You know
That is
what?
always an
We
option.
can do that. I think Meru is not.
Maru
going
chose not to, and that's
Meru's
okay.
going to be sober.
Can Kai get drunk?
Absolutely, Kai. Are you
Not
drinking to
Bliss.
get drunk, or are you just drinking to drink? Because I'm going to need you to make a roll.
Drinking to drink, but if you're saying that we're hanging around for, if the end of the party is midnight, and you're saying we're hanging around till the end of the party, this is like Kai's taking a champagne flute every 20 to 30 minutes
Absolutely.
for a while until he realizes, oh, we're not going to be finding our companion anytime soon.
Wonderful.
He's red in the face.
So, Kai, to avoid getting drunk, especially because you're taking a bunch of drinks, this is going to be... You're not wearing ego right now.
No.
So, your usual fortitude would be a bit lessened if you were. So instead of being a challenge 4, it will be a challenge 6, and I'm going to need an endurance. What would be a good roll for stamina? I'm going to say to hold your alcohol, it will be an endurance calmness.
Yeah, that sounds like... Yeah.
Absolutely.
Alright. And what did you say the challenge was here? Or
A
is it
challenge
scaling?
6 with how much you're drinking and without your ego. If you fail, this is going to lead to you having -2 dice on all fortitude, all prudence, all temperance, and all justice checks. They just all check.
Okay.
Every check will have
Gr-
-2 dice because you are impaired.
Got
mentally.
it. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. I will use a point of sin on this. The goal is to be able to lock in. Yep, and
Damn.
he's an addict, so this is like walk in the park.
Oh shit, yeah, with an 8 success critical? Yeah. No, Kai, you have drunken enough to make any even abnormal person, incredibly drunk, but you yourself are perfectly sober. You are not at all inebriated. You can walk and talk just fine. There's no benefits to being drunk. You know what? The only benefit to being drunk is you have a +1 on all calmness checks.
Yep. I would have argued for that, so I'm glad that you... Cool.
I think Meru
It's a good night.
watches this, and he's like you can see the surprise in like the visible eye, and he's just like, wow, I definitely couldn't have done that.
It's
Prior
good for the soul.
Prior is not surprised by this behavior at all. He nods his head and says, now this is more of the Kai at a party I'm used to seeing.
I apologize for drinking as much as I have. As you can see, we're all good.
You always are. You always are. And Prior, it's wistful may not be the right word. Nostalgic is the right term, as he simply nods his head and goes, it's been too long. We have to go find Vix. I don't like this. She still hasn't responded. And Prior completely drops calling, like, Vix Kane. You can tell that now he's gone from being, like, mildly, like, annoyed that Mix hasn't texted back to now being actively anxious.
Mm. Already been.
What did you say, Kai?
If we've already been looking, I'm
Well,
just thinking aloud, I guess.
then let's invoke the Lord's name in that case. Prior will try and flag down a butler, one of the few remaining ones.
Absolutely. You're able to flag down one of the butlers.
Sorry, we're looking for our companion, Lord Leonis. Have you seen them?
The butler gives the bow and says, Lord Leonis is occupied at the moment, but we assure you that the Lord is in good hands. It is coming close to the end of the night.
Prior is doing mental math behind his eyes and goes, well, could you let them know that we are looking for them?
Lord Leonis knows you are looking for them.
Prior turns to Kai and Meru and goes,
Guess.
Oh?
No, sorry. You go, Meru.
Oh, no, Mary was just saying, does that mean Kane doesn't want to see us?
that or the host of the party doesn't want Kane to see us. I'm getting a bad feeling about this.
As you've been speaking to each other, managers, guests have slowly been filtering out of the party. You can see them all just headed out the entrance. You can see people waving to each other or just saying farewell. There's not much time until midnight. Probably about another, 15 to 20 minutes at most. So at this point of the party, most people are either drunk and starting to leave with their drunken companions, or they're wanting to get back, or they're just deciding to head on out. There's a couple who are still remaining for the moment, but the place is becoming less and less crowded. Please continue if you all had more to discuss.
Prior is aware of this and goes, "We're approaching midnight. Damn it, no weapons, no armor. We can't do anything but wait."
They let us wait past midnight?
I don't think we're going to be evicted.
I mean, we are Kane's specific guests, you know? It's not like we were invited separately.
Would you all like to wait until midnight?
I mean, I don't know what else we can do.
Yeah.
Prior
Absolutely.
realizes he's out of things he can do without his ego and without his status.
You see the last of the guests begin to leave as it grows closer. The butlers remind those still staying that their leave will be up soon, and when midnight rolls around, you all are the only ones still here, aside from the last few remaining butlers.
This all just stinks. Now that most of the guests are gone, Prior's facade is kind of like crumbling completely and goes, "Doesn't make any sense. Why the Leonis family? Why now? Why call back Mix? What does Mr. S get out of all this? I have the pieces, but they're not fitting together.
And
I'm
as...
missing something."
No, please, if you had something to say.
No, Prior's just turning them and being like, "We're missing something."
The butlers begin to approach you all. The butlers who remain, that is. And they look to you, all of you, and they say, "It is now midnight in the head standard time. We will need you to leave the manor."
We're
can
still
provide-
waiting on... Yeah, Prior cuts him off without
Yeah,
hesitation.
he
goes,
bows his head and he instantly shuts up the moment you speak.
"We are the guests of Cain Leonis, and until Cain is with us, I don't think they would want us to leave."
The butler bows his head and says, "Unfortunately, it is midnight." And looks at the clock real quick and says, "At this point, it is 12:02 a.m. Head Standard Time. We are going to need to ask you to leave. We would provide first-class warp train tickets if not for the fact that we have been notified of the RV parked in the private lot."
Prior takes out his tablet and immediately messages Mix and goes, "They're kicking us out."
Hey, Lord Leonis, do you
No
answer?
response.
No response? Absolutely. Would you
He
all
looks
like...
down at his tablet. Yeah, he looks down at his tablet, looks at the rest of them, and goes, "Yeah, you're right. We shouldn't cause a problem. Let's head back to the RV and get our stuff," Prior says.
Yes.
"All right, we won't cause any problems. Thank you. We will happily take your escort out to our RV."
The butlers nod their heads, and I should ask, are you all going to walk back to the private lot yourselves, or will you allow the butlers to escort you there?
Will they let us walk ourselves?
That is a wonderful question, Manageries. Would you
Yeah.
like to ask if you can walk yourselves?
Prior will say, once we make it to the main gate, we can make our way to the parking lot on our own.
The butlers will nod their heads and will bring you all back to the entrance. At this point in the night, it is dark out, and the four butlers who surround you will remain at the entrance, though their eyes are fixed on the three of you.
Prior grants them the most plastic melted wave and smile. His facade is barely a shamble, hiding how pissed off he is underneath it as he turns his back to them and gestures for the other two to hasten their step back to the RV.
Do you all head straight back to the RV?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. The second they're out of earshot, he goes, "Let's go get what we need."
Wonderful. The moment you get to the RV, you follow the path that is lit by the light of what is now a full moon outside. And you find, before the RV, the butlers from before who were inside the building. They are all standing guard in rows outside the RV. Do you try to approach?
Prior squares his shoulders and every muscle on his back tenses through his finely made suit as he turns to Kai and Meru and goes, "It's a fucking trap."
Fuck.
Fine. We're not completely out of options. Let's try and take this slow. Evening, all. We're just getting back in our vehicle. If you would please move out of the way.
They do not speak. Do you try to approach them, Prior?
Well, in the absence of any other option, Prior will step forward.
They start to draw their weapons, and you can see the glint of the knives in the moonlight. They are blocking you from reaching the vehicle. They don't move to attack you, Prior, but it's very clear that it is a very clear warning, shall we say, of what might happen if you try to get closer.
Prior squares his feet in the dirt, and that facade shatters, and he just has the most twisted, angry expression he has perhaps ever worn. Lord Leonis isn't going to be too happy about this.
One of the butlers does speak up and simply says, "The Lord is occupied. Please wait here."
Prior turns to Meru and goes, "Meru.
Hmm?
Can we get a count on what they're carrying?"
Yeah, I could take a look. Mr. DM, can I do like an awareness roll to see like what I can tell about these people, like visually?
Absolutely. You can make me an intuition awareness at challenge 4. You may use your desperation.
Oh, I will. Okay. Sorry, 1 second.
It is no worries. Just make that roll for me. 12 success crit! All right.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, Meru,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you can tell that there is all of these butlers who are out front. They are carrying cutlery in the form of their knives that they are armed with. You can also see each butler is also armed with a pistol at their side.
Oh, fuck.
Much like
Wait.
the clerks in Lobotomy Corporation and what they are armed with.
They're all packing guns.
Yes, they are all packing guns in addition to the knives. And you know bullets are incredibly expensive in the city. In addition to that, you also can see that behind the RV, there are more butlers and more hired fixers in waiting. You cannot see into the RV itself, even with a crit, as all of the windows have been drawn, but the RV is dead silent inside. And I will let you know with a crit as well. This lot is a ways away from the manor. It is very unlikely any of the guests from the party would stumble upon this place, given they left out the entrance, and it seemed like this area was specifically chosen to be isolated from the manor in a bit of a walks away.
Yeah, I think Meru will he will take all of that in, and even though he's able to keep a straight face, I think he'll like shuffle a little closer to Prior to because I don't know how close Kai is either. Like I don't know how far away they are from each other, but I think he'll like try to quietly say to them like, I don't know how common it is for butlers to have guns, but they have what I'm imagining is regular butler weaponry and guns, and there's more back there.
Prior's face darkens even further and goes, knives, maybe. Guns, definitely not. Reinforcements.
And, remember the last kind of, those kind of bullets we were hit with before? Who knows what kind of bullets they have? The wealth is unimaginable.
We can't fight our way through this. Can't. Not without someone. Getting shot by 16 bullets at once is not going to end well for any of them. Prior realizes that this is not a winnable mathematical formula.
I will let you all know now. You can absolutely try to start a fight if you would like. You have allies you can call upon still, even separated from your ego, in the form of Queen of Hatred and your Freyshoots. However, there are at least 16 butlers, if not more. There's likely, I will give you the crit, there is definitely more than just the 16 that you see. Meru, you know there's probably an entire host of butlers. Like, this staff probably has, let's say, 30 to 50 at minimum.
Yeah.
You're all taking aggravated damage. Even if you can get
We need a really long line for this one, and we're not going to get that.
That you would. You can attempt to fight. But you also can all consider what the outcome might be if you do.
Yeah, that's gonna, for once, I think that's gonna be a no for us. Even with all of our allies, I think we just lose if we miss a single dodge roll. Prior is going to grit his teeth as best he can and go, how much longer will the Lord keep us waiting, then?
And when you ask that, the butlers bow their heads and they say, he can speak with you. And the door to the RV will open, And you all see Mr. S step out as he does a sweeping bow before you all and says, "It is lovely to see you free again, though I do wish circumstances were different. Lord Leonis had some business to take care of with the vehicle. He will be joining us shortly, and Mr. S will walk through the crowd of butlers up to the three of you. And there's no fear in his step as he does so.
Bold strategy for a man who is keeping us hostage to walk right up to his opponents.
Do you say that to him prior?
Oh, 100%.
Absolutely! When you do, he just smiles at you and says, "Because you won't try anything, will you?"
You seem really sure of that.
The smile
Aren't
remains
big brothers
on.
known for... Yeah, aren't big brothers known for being spontaneous and difficult to predict? Especially when they're holding a grudge.
Big brothers are. But is that a title you've still been given?
Don't talk like you know who I am.
I know you quite well.
So what? You pull Mix into this party, make her sing and dance and tap, wear her father's fashion, walk around pretending to be the Lord Leonis. To what end? So you can hijack our RV?
He holds out his hands in a placating manner as he says, "There is no need to worry about where Lord Leonis is. I have no ill intent. Shall we speak civilly?"
You have us at quite the severe disadvantage.
I hope you do understand that this was the only outcome we could take.
Prior looks to his two allies. There's just something... His face says it all. Prior is panicked, but more than that, he's trying to see if either of you can put together what the hell is being talked about here.
I mean, Meru isn't really... He seems... It's not that he's not paying attention to this, what this person is saying. It's more that his eyes keep flickering behind them to see if he can figure out anything. Because obviously, they can't stop what's right in front of them. But he's just trying to gather as much information as possible so he can maybe try and come up with some other third option, but he's got nothing so far.
Kai... Yeah, no, I don't think Kai is any more intuitive than Meru is in this situation, and sorry.
Yeah, Prior looks back and just... His crowd just deepens and goes, "You Nestborn think everything works out the way you command it. I don't know what you think is going to come out of all this, but I don't think we're people you want to make enemies of, Mr. S. We've proven to be quite lethal to the people who have pissed us off before."
Oh yes, you very much have. But I imagine this situation is a quite different one. I suppose at least I should let him speak for himself.
What have you done with Mix?
Mr. DM,
Yes.
may I step out of the RV now?
Absolutely. You may.
You all see as the person you've known as Mix steps out and he looks at all of you.
Prior lets out a sigh, seeing Mix, and goes, "Oh, you made a really, really poor decision, Mr. S. It sounds like all the butlers are loyal to one Lord Lunas.
Kane will look at Meru and Kai to see their reactions.
I mean, I think Meru is his, from what you can see of his face, his brow is furrowed. And he stares directly at you. And he just kind of says, "What is going on?"
Mix? What? Are you okay?
He takes in your reactions, and for a moment his eyes seem to soften. Then there is a cold look in his eye, one that you haven't seen on his face at all. It's different. It's very different. It's not just different from anything you've seen on his face. It's different from anything you've seen from anyone. Foreign. Completely foreign. Finally, he opens his mouth and he says, "I've had some unfinished business, and now it's all been resolved. This is where we part ways, managers."
What? Part ways? What are you talking about, Mix?
Prior's face, which had transformed into a bit of a look of triumph, thinking that Mix was about to come and pull the tables, shatters. And there is something very dark in his expression as he lowers his head and he just goes, "Don't fucking do this to me, Mix. It's not funny. Not even as a joke."
You said you'd be back. You already know what happens when one of us goes off on our own. You know
He nods. One of us, but I'm not a part of your group anymore. And he sighs, and in that sigh, there's something much older in it than what Kane seems capable of. And he looks up into the night sky, and he says, wistfully, nostalgic even, I've been wandering the city for a long time. I've seen and learned so much from so many people, including all of you. And he looks back down at all of you. And it's time to start working towards my own goals. It's time I set about realizing my ideals. I know this is a shock. And I'm sorry that's being done this way, but the sooner the better. And Sung wasn't lying. I don't mean any ill will towards any of you.
That's bullshit, Mix. You can say I don't mean any ill will towards us and say you're gonna just fucking leave? What? So was everything recently? Was that all just for nothing? And there's a look in Meru's expression that's a mix of shock, anger, and hurt, because he really thought that he and Mix were finally coming around to each other. And he's just shaking his head, trying to make sense of what changed all of a sudden. He doesn't really know what else to do, though.
Kane.
Prior knows what to fucking do. Prior, he's baring his teeth and he goes, the facility is still counting on us. Wake the fuck up. This isn't about you. We have responsibilities. We have duties to them. Don't you fucking leave them, Mix. Don't you even fucking think about it.
Kane sighs and looks over at Mr. S and says, Sung,
Yes, my lord.
go ahead and make preparations. The butlers can stay, though.
Of course. And he'll walk past the butlers and past you and off into the night. Do any of you try to stop him as he moves by all of you? I should ask.
Not personally, no.
Prior,
After that.
Yeah,
Oh.
Prior's furious, but he doesn't. He does. His arm kind of reaches out and he catches it with his other hand and just squeezes it into a fist.
Kane looks back at everyone and steps down from the entrance of the RV. I enjoyed my time with all of you. I can't say they were the best years of my life, but I don't regret them. I appreciate everything you've done for me.
You can't say that right before leaving us behind. That's...
Prior gazes deep into Mix's eyes. You're really going to leave them all behind.
Kane nods, and it is with determination that you have seen very rarely in people of the city.
Well, I guess that decides that.
Indeed it does. And Kane looks at the sky again and then back at the RV and then says, all I ask is one final favor. Move on. And, well, even if you didn't want to. And he looks back at them. I've taken some necessary precautions to ensure that. Don't follow me. This will be the last time we ever speak.
You say that with a lot of confidence.
Perhaps that's the one thing I do take after my father. I've learned that I know much about the world and how it works. And I don't do this because I want to leave you, any of you. I'm doing it to save the world.
And I hope you can live with the version of yourself you have to become to do it. Because I'm not too fond of that version of you right now. And I thought you and I agreed on what it meant to save this city.
Kane looks over at Kai. Thank you, Kai. I've shed my mask, finally. Thanks
No
to you.
clue if that's what you're doing. Don't thank me for whatever this is.
Kane looks over at Meryl. And thank you for listening to me about my dream.
Meru doesn't reply. He had been loud before, but I think there was something about Mick saying that she's leaving for good and to just move on from her, that kind of... It's not that he's trying to listen to that at all, it's more that it made him freeze up a bit. Because that's not the first time people have spoken like that to him. So I don't think he even is, at the moment, able to respond to Mix.
Mr. DM, will the butlers clear a line for Kane?
They will. They clear a line for you so that you can reach the RV as more are positioned by the entrance. And the door is still open. Pascal whirs out of the RV and beeps, worried, going towards you.
Kane, as he was turning to leave, looks back towards the RV and sees Pascal, and he smiles and beckons Pascal, "Come here."
It lets out an almost happy sounding beep, beep, and flies closer towards you.
Mix in this act is Mix, as she takes Pascal into her hands and smiles. And then his smile falls as he turns Pascal off and tosses it to the floor.
You hear the whirring down of a beep, and then there's a clunk as the empty machine hits the ground.
Kane turns, nods at the managers, and then, for the last time, he leaves them.
Damn it! You're dooming them all! Everyone! It isn't supposed to go like this! Kane! Mix! Whoever the fuck you are, get back here! I'm not done with you! We're not done with you!
The butlers just stand there, in place, letting you speak your mind prior.
So all he can do is yell. Can't bite them. Can't go anywhere. Can't do anything. He has yet again been rendered powerless and betrayed. And so he froths at the mouth and screams obscenities into the darkness.
Absolutely. If it bothers the butlers, they do not show it. And after enough time has passed, they disperse, leaving the RV well enough alone. You all could attempt to go follow them or go after them, or you could choose to retrieve Pascal first.
The second the butlers go, Prior goes, Kai, grab Pascal, everyone else into the RV.
Yes, Kai will very quickly run over to Pascal and scoop him up, looking around for any other remaining bits and pieces of him that may have fallen off when Kane tossed him. Are there?
Thankfully, there are not. Pascal is more durable than you would think. The little drone is not damaged at all, but it has been completely turned off. You all could try to turn it back on. However, I will say, without at least 5 dots of technology, you wouldn't be able to check to see if Pascal is safe, shall we say. You know that Pascal...
I think we have 1 dot of technology between the 3 of us.
Yep. You know that Pascal does have a failsafe. You also know this failsafe was made by Mix and Yuna.
Yeah.
So until we see Yuna again, we're kind of...
I think we're being given a chance to make a decision here, and I do not think it's wise with what we just experienced to turn Pascal back on until we see Yuna.
Yeah, agreed.
That being said, when we get in the RV, Prior's first gonna check if Yuna's healing ampules are still in there.
Absolutely. Do you all head right into the RV to check what's still in there?
Yeah, Prior doesn't waste a minute.
Absolutely. You head in. Pascal is defunct at the moment. And I will let you all know. Actually, I need to ask you this. Lord Leonis, did you take the healing ampules?
Yes.
Prior
healing-
opens the cabinet. Yeah, Prior opens the fucking emergency cabinet that's like hidden beneath the table that only they know about, and it's empty. And he goes, "Fuck! Ampules are gone. The ego."
And as they go to check for the ego, I will ask, Lord Leonis, did you take their ego?
Oh my god.
No.
The ego is still there. And I have one last question for you, Lord Leonis. Did you take Mix's ego?
No.
Absolutely. The healing ampules are gone. However, you all still have your ego. You have your ego gear, and you have your ego weapons, and you have Mix's ego as well.
Oh, she's gonna fucking live to regret that one. Prior throws on fucking the Queen of Hatred gear instantly. He goes, "Everyone, suit up. We gotta go after her." Come on, she's getting away. We're burning daylight here. Nightlight, whatever the fuck we are.
Would you all like to put your ego back on?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, but I don't know about the...
I think can Meru shoot like a message back to the facility or something?
Absolutely. Meru, before you shoot a message back to the facility, I need to ask you something as you go to pull out your tablet. Now, are you pulling out the tablet or are you pulling out the RDVA device?
I would imagine he would naturally go for the tablet, because that's usually what he uses to communicate with the facility.
Wonderful. Can all of you make me an understanding plus technology or craft? You may assist each other if you have the dots in the skill to do so.
I have no craft, I have tech.
I'll make an understanding craft.
Absolutely.
I have no craft or tech, so...
It's okay. It's okay. What's the challenge?
The challenge is a challenge 5.
All right, not
Gosh.
bad.
That's bad for me. I got this.
Oh god.
3 successes
sanity.
for Prior, 2 successes for Meru.
I mean,
I don't know if you've dropped the E or not at this
No,
point
I'm
in the
Meru.
dice.
No, God, no, I'm Meru. Gosh, I mean, if I reroll and get a crit, do I pass? Is that how that works?
I believe you.
When I say
It
crit,
only
a 4.
can give you +2 successes, so even a crit, you would not get enough.
No, well, then I'm not.
A crit would be +4 successes.
Oh,
So
yes, you
exactly
would pass with
All
a
right,
crit.
I might as well try.
With 5 successes for Prior,
Nope.
3
No.
successes. Kai, are you choosing not to roll?
I don't think Kai has any dice that could roll 5
Yeah.
successes.
Absolutely.
I
Kai, you have no clue what may have happened. Meru, you know that there's something wrong with all the technology in the RV, but you don't know what. Prior, with a 5 success craft, you don't know what Mix has done, but you are good with crafting. You are good with actually...
I'm a hardware guy, not a software guy.
Exactly. And you have enough knowledge to know what Mix's skill set is. all of the technology in the RV has been hacked into, you imagine, and you can put together. Now, it is still functional, but anyone with less than 5 dots would not even be able to attempt to hack into it. You would have to wait till you're back at the facility to let Ange or Yuna, or Manuel, for that matter, though I leave that to you and Kai to decide if that's something you'd want to trust mix with, given how she's overridden Manuel. That is what you're able to deduce with that success, is anyone with less than 5 dots cannot fix whatever Mix has done.
Yet. No, fuck. Everything's been tampered with. Think. Maybe we can... Shit, give me a second. I need to think. It's fine. We don't need the facility. We don't need the technology. We... Think.
I will say prior, you all can still contact people through the devices. It's simply that the devices themselves, you have a feeling any information sent through them will be compromised.
Yeah. Prior tries to plug a hard line into the RV just so, like, it doesn't do anything at this point. He's just trying to make sure no one in, like, the, local area can intercept their stuff, but he doesn't really have anything. He doesn't know. It's all Mix's technology. Mix is the one who does the software. Prior can't. No, there's no hard line to the RV because the RV is fucking all Mix's. Fuck. Prior. Prior just goes, let's contact Yuna. No. You know what? Let's try and call the facility. Feels like a trap. Think. Let's contact Ange. If there's anyone who can remotely match Mix blow for blow, it's Ange.
Would you all like to contact Ange?
Yeah. I don't think we have another choice.
Kai, Meru, do you voice any disagreements at this, or?
No.
No.
It makes sense.
Absolutely. You are able to contact Ange. And you watch as her form flickers on the screen. And she says, "Managers, how can I be of assistance?"
Fire is very, very clear in his voice when he says, "This line may be compromised. Can you do anything from your end?"
Ange closes her eyes a bit tighter and says, "Managers, I see that Manager Mix is not among you."
Let us not talk about anything until we talk about this. Can you uncompromise this device remotely?
Understood, managers. I do not. And as she's speaking, you all can hear in the background the blare of the very familiar second trumpet.
Fuck, did we just upload a virus to the facility? Oh shit! No, fuck, it was booby trapped!
Managers, I normally would be able to attempt such a thing. However, at the moment, we are dealing with breaches back at the facility. There has been an emergency, and while I could devote my time and attention to figuring out what is going on here, I am having to instead direct my energy and focus to the agents at our facility.
Get it! Fuck. How bad is it?
She squeezes her eyes shut even tighter, and she says, there have been quite a few breaches at this point.
How many casualties?
No casualties as of yet, as I am handling things. 00256 is being ignored, but is out of its containment unit. F0258 is being prevented from reaching F0157, but the two of them are headed towards each other's locations.
Shit.
And you both know that is Little Red and the Wolf.
Yeah.
We have to.
And that punishing bird has gotten out as well, it sounds like.
Pryor's face is pale. He just goes, everything's compromised. We're heading back to the facility. We're abandoning our current objective.
Understood, managers. Is Manager Mix alright?
No, but we can. She's gone.
I see. And Ange squeezes her eyes shut tighter as her entire form flickers. Now, managers, I will give you a choice to make. All right? And you will have to let me know what you would like to do. You can stay on the call with Ange and try to gain more information about what is going on back at the facility and to just gain more information in general talking to her. If you do decide to do this, it will cause her to have to focus on all of you, and it will also mean that you are wasting precious time you could be trying to go after Mix. Your second choice. You can choose to try to pursue Mix, or the Butlers. You don't know where Lord Leonis has gone. You don't know where the Butlers have gone, but you can try to track them down. You can try to go back into the manor, and you can try to look for evidence. The third choice. You can hit the gas and hurry back to the facility. None of you have any drops in drive, which means that it will take longer than it usually would. Because Mix and Pascal are the ones who always drive the RV.
I think we drive.
Yeah, we have to
Yeah.
get
I
back.
think we drive.
It's gonna take longer,
That's
or is it
fine.
gonna be more dangerous? Or both?
Driving back to the facility, essentially what I'm trying to say is you could stay on call with Ange, or you could try to track down Mix, but the three of you
No.
will be wasting time that you could be spending at the facility.
Yeah, no,
Let's get
we're
back
going.
to the facility.
I think we're
Yeah.
going. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all in agreement.
I think, if I may, I have access to desperation. Would you like me to try to drive?
Would you like to take the wheel, Naru?
I think if no one else decides
Yeah.
to, I think upon hearing what he's heard, Meru will immediately turn around and hurry to the front seat. He will figure it out.
All right, Ange, hold on. Try and get the breaches under control. We're gonna be back at the facility as soon as we can.
Understood, managers. I will handle things as best I can. And her form flickers off the screen as the call is cut.
All right, Meru. All on you.
Yeah. Okay. And there is a determination in his gaze. He had been a bit frozen before, but instead of taking it as something to freak out about, everything with Mix, I think he's forced himself to feel determined to move on to the next thing so they can circle back to this as soon as possible. What would this challenge be?
This challenge to drive will be a challenge to not end up basically ending up in an accident or getting the RV damaged, as long as you get above a 2. For reflex drive, it's a scaling difficulty for how fast you're able to get back to the branch.
Okay. You said reflex drive?
Reflex drive.
Hold on, I can get one more. One more!
Three
successes.
All right. Meru, would you like to describe what it's like as you take the wheel and start driving back to the facility?
Yeah, no, I think Meru, he's never done this before, but he sits in the front seat, and he's probably he's sat in the passenger seat before, and he's probably watched Mix drive at some point, right? So I think he's pretty aware of things. He's able to pick up on things, even if he doesn't always understand the why things work. So I think he was able to just remember, like, how to get this thing started. And there's a brief moment of worry that he has no clue what he's really doing, but he remembers enough of the rules of the road, because Mix always would yell about them, that he's able to. Now, does he follow all of the rules? No. But, he might go a little bit of a heavy foot there, on the pedal, trying, the stops, when he has to stop, it's way more abrupt than it probably should be. And it's not a smooth drive. It's not a good drive at all. But Meru, if nothing else, is determined as hell to get them back to this facility. And he probably would need someone else in the passenger seat to help him with directions.
Absolutely. Which of you are in the passenger seat?
He normally would read a map, but who would be better at reading a map, Kai or Prior? Or you're telling directions? Would it be Prior? I mean, he doesn't have his perfect memory anymore, but
Yeah, I think probably Kai has better survival than Prior.
So Kai.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say, Kai, you're up in the passenger seat next to Meru.
Yes.
And you're basically pointing out, I imagine, directions of the fastest way back to get back to District 12 and your branch.
And you did say I was extra calm due to all of the alcohol and me being good at drinking it, which is probably good because I don't think Mary is driving safely.
Oh,
No.
absolutely. I'll let you make a calmness survival check to give directions. You can add +1 dice to this because you are calmed from the alcohol. And it's going to be a scaling difficulty challenge 2 to not get lost.
Okay. And you know what? This is a desperate situation, so I'm going to use a point of sin.
Absolutely. 4 successes. Yeah, Kai, you're able to find perhaps not the quickest route, but you're able to find one of the faster routes back to the facility.
I can willpower if you'd like me to, Meru.
You can, yeah. I
Okay.
That probably would help.
Okay.
You know what I will also say, Kai? Because Ooh, willpower.
Sorry.
7 successes?
Yeah.
You know what? With 7 successes, you not only find the fastest route back, it was midnight. You do need to go through back streets to get back to the facility. Reminder, the RV is considered a residential building because it's been registered as such. You are able to basically use the night of the back street to your advantage because the sweepers are essentially parting to get out of your way because they can't go through you. And there are no people, well, if there were any people on the streets, those people are probably long dead to the sweepers and their corpses cleaned. So you are essentially able, with that 7 success survival roll, able to direct Meru through areas that would normally be very dangerous. However, thanks to your RV's protection, you can get your way through. And so, managers, unless any of you have anything else to say or any final thoughts.
I don't think Meru has any final thoughts. He's just very focused on, like, his hands are like gripping the steering wheel tightly. As he is driving, you know, probably remembering 40% at most of the rules that he needs to follow to drive.
Absolutely. Any final thoughts from you, Kai, or you, Prior?
Prior is gripping the back of the 2 seats, gritting his teeth. His face hasn't left that warped state it has been in. Betrayed, trounced, left with nothing. Prior is at least praying that the facility will be in one piece when he gets back there.
Kai, as anxious, worried as he is about what's going on with Mix, knowing that they have a goal ahead, has managed to keep a relatively level head, and is gripping onto the map, and telling Meru exactly which corners to cut on their drive back with the most precision he can muster.
Absolutely. And as you all hurry back to the facility, Lord Leonis. You are in a very nice car. It's much higher quality than that RV you all have been traversing in. You don't need to drive. You can just sit back and relax. It's already been a couple of days, and you're moving at a speed much faster than the RV could afford to. S Corp's fields greet you and can be seen outside the window if you take a look at them. And do you decide to?
Kane or Mix. Either work. Same person at the end of the day. He looks out.
You do. And when you look out, there's a man in a field in S Corp. Is it the same one from before? There's no way he could have traversed such a distance. But butterflies surround him, and you watch as he collapses under the weight of them.
Pain watches for a moment, and he rests his hand on his cheek and then looks forward.
Absolutely. And here is where we'll bring an end to our session. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you for joining us. I hope you all enjoyed the session. I also would like to thank all of our special guests. I hope you all enjoyed attending the Leonis party. I hope you all had a good time and enjoyed your night. Thank you for sending your reservations in. And a big thank you to my lovely players here. Please give them all lots of love. Our next session will be on the 25th of July at 7 p.m. EST, 4 p.m. PST. And, oh, thank you so much as well for the treasure train, everyone. Here is a little teaser for you all. The thumbnail will be posted tonight in the server, but here it is up for all of you to see. And, oh wait, I see a VIP redeem. Who is this for? Otis? Absolutely. I can go give Otis. Wait, please give me Otis's user. I'm so shit. Oh, found it. But yes, as I'm giving out that VIP, do my players have anything to say?
We gotta come back next week? I don't wanna! I'm so done! Very good session, Senna. Very good session, Mix. Very, very good session, everyone. Great playing with you all.
Yeah. Same time next week?
Same time next
week.
No,
Same time next week /threat.
Yep. Hey, how are you feeling, Mix? We're gonna need to talk after this session, by the way. I'm just gonna say. We're gonna need to have a conversation about what's happening with you.
Yeah. We'll have to see what my future is. But yeah, this was awesome. Oh God.
Oh, I'm so excited for what's in store. It's fine. You'll all be fine.
I bet you're excited.
Oh, I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited. And thank you all for coming. I hope you're all excited. But let us see here. We're gonna go raid on out. We're gonna go get ready to give some love. You know what? Let's go give some love over to... Oh, Sarah's hit day 100 of Subathon, so we can head over there. We can go give them some love there. But do any of you have any final words before we get ready to head on out? And do not worry, the thumbnail will also be posted to socials as well. And I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry what I put you all through. I'm not sorry. I'm going to do more of it, but like...
See you all next week, everyone, for the next episode. Thanks for coming.
Yay!
Please come back. We need the emotional support.
Yeah, you guys are our emotional support chat.
You all really are emotional support. And shout out to everyone over on
you guys
YouTube.
Are feeling any better.
Yep. But for now, we're gonna go right on out. Thank you all for coming. And maybe tune in Wednesday, everyone. Is all I'll say. Maybe
What does that mean?
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm just gonna give all of you here a decision to make on Wednesday. And that's all I'll say. Don't worry about it. Adam knows all. Let me finish with his little jingle.
What?
What is that?